we'll also, all in favor?
Aye.
And then next, I'd like to combine Mr. St. Angelo's requests all in one, and that is the Chapter 11. So it's ordinance 1, and then what's the next one? Somebody help me.
NB.
Oh, it's on my cheat sheet. There we go. Ordinance 1 and petition 2 and new business 8. So we're going to put all those together in a motion, please.
I'll make that motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And we already have the number 10. There we go. Go right ahead, Ms. Cronin.
All right, for those of you who did not know, National Woman-Owned Business Month is the month of October, and we have a resolution here acknowledging it, and it says, whereas October is National Women's Small Business Month, a designated time to recognize and celebrate the vital contributions of women entrepreneurs to the U.S. economy, established to acknowledge the challenges women face in the business world and to promote their economic empowerment. The month serves as a call to action to support women-owned businesses through initiatives like Buy Women-Owned campaign. Whereas the month also highlights the unique challenges women entrepreneurs face, such as work-life balance and access to capital, making it an opportunity to foster supportive networks and resources. And whereas women-owned businesses are a significant and growing force in the U.S. economy, driving innovation, creating jobs, and generating substantial revenue. And whereas the establishment of this month acknowledges the hard-fought progress women have made toward economic equality and recognition, building on key legislative achievements like the Women's Business Ownership Act of 1988. And whereas small businesses are the backbone of our economy in Warren, the restaurants and food-based businesses, galleries, retail, and services attract visitors from all over the region and country and beyond, making Warren an exciting tourism destination. Warren has many women-owned businesses, and of the 93-plus Discover Warren members, no less than 64 or 68% are small businesses owned by or majority owned by women. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Warren strongly supports the month of October as National Women-Owned Business Month. Introduced, read, passed, and adopted by the Town Council of Warren, Rhode Island on this 9th day of September 2025. This is the resolution.
And is there a motion to accept it?
So moved. Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And then NB10.
Congratulations, women.
Thank you.
Keep
And
up the good
thank you.
work. And you have another?
Do you want me to read this part?
Sure.
NB10 is discussion and action for permission to hold a press conference in front of the Town Hall on Thursday, October 9th, 2025 at 10 a.m. to recognize Women-Owned Business Month and to announce the upcoming walkabout events scheduled for Sunday, October 12th and Sunday, October 19th to highlight the significant contributions of women entrepreneurs within our community. So we are planning to have a press conference outside of Town Hall on October 9th at 10 a.m. I welcome, encourage, and invite all women-owned business owners. There may even be a few more in the room besides myself to come and join. We have invited the employees of Town Hall. Our council is all welcome. There will be other state and possibly federal elected people there, and it will just be a time to hear from women-owned business owners and entrepreneurs and express how much is done in the community, in the region, and in the state by women. So that's what we're doing with the permission of the council.
And we should condone it officially, the press conference. And so is there a motion to support the press conference?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. It'd
Great.
be a good opportunity to get that front door painted for this occasion.
Possibly. We'll
Thank
see. Thank you. But I guess it is pertinent, right? Next, we have interviews, discussion and action for members, hopefully to come on the budget committee. And the first person that wants to be on the budget committee is Mark Furtado, 2 Sunset Court. I see him here. Mark, can you come down and give us a little background and why you'd like to be on the committee.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have served publicly both in Barrington and Warren in the past. Had a professional obligation that kind of kept me from continuing that activity, and have recently sort of downshifted a little bit at work, which provided me some opportunity to free up some time and again come out and serve the community. I have been a budget director for 25 years. Prior to that, for about 13 years, I worked for Ira Magaziner's consulting firm, essentially doing budget analysis to identify competitive strategies and advantages and disadvantages. So I've had extensive history working with budgets, both private and municipal. My 25 years as director of finance for school districts is all public budgeting and municipal budgeting. So my hope is to help the town. I know that there have been some recent events that made budgeting a little challenging. I haven't taken the budget apart piece by piece yet, but I would look forward to doing that and providing some insights if I'm able to.
Well, you'll be joining two dedicated members, and I see them right here tonight. It's great to have them and probably you. So any questions of the council? His resume speaks for himself.
Yeah, resume speaks for itself.
I was going to ask if you had made any particular observations or had any thoughts on, how we got to where we got to and the type of progress that we've made. But if you haven't really dug deep into the budget.
Well, a couple of things. I did meet with RIDOT 2 or 3 years ago to kind of talk about how the formula in Rhode Island works. It's different than in Massachusetts. To kind of understand the dynamic, especially this past year where the obligation for Warren exceeded Bristol's by a substantial amount, and the increase on the base was substantially more. So I want to continue those kind of discussions. I don't really have my arms fully around that yet, but there were some things that were distinctly different and kind of curious to me. Operating, you had your legal issue, and I think for a town like Warren, when you have a $28 million base and you have something of that magnitude hit it, it's pretty substantial. And in today's world, that's not an unusual settlement for that kind of thing. So I think the town has handled it remarkably well. But it is sort of unfortunate that it's chronically, a property tax issue. And I think that, things have to be thought of in terms of other ways to address the potential for those kinds of problems to impact the overall budget and financial condition of the town.
We could have used all of you 3 years ago. And Mr. Marshall here, Gary Marshall, is our treasurer and finance director. So it's an advisory board to them to help us. And is there a motion? Because
We have another.
correct, and I'm going to, I have no reason to not have both of them. We don't have to have a number. If 4 individuals want to look at our budget, I don't see why it's a competitive process.
I think that the number 3 it works well. I think if you have too many, I think it's I don't think it's a good thing. I think sticking to the number 3.
And I want to ask the solicitor, we set it up as 3, wouldn't we have to reset it as 4? Could we do that?
Correct, yes.
This is just an interview. This isn't changing. It's not on the agenda to adjust the size of the budget committee.
I didn't think we did list the number.
It did.
3
That
members?
says 3 members, yeah.
I
We
don't
set it
know.
up as
Created it
3.
All right, that slipped my memory. Sorry, you're in a competition.
Okay.
I don't see an advisory board as something like this, so a problem. But if we made it a number 3, Mr. Trombley?
Yes, so I do not know off the top of my head when the budget committee meets regularly, but would you be able, are you aware of what day of the month they usually meet and time, and are you able to attend those meetings?
I'm not aware. Up until July 1st, I typically attended about 60 night meetings a year, and now it's down to about 10. So again, there may be a conflict from time to time, but I have a lot more freedom at night than I used to.
All right, thank
Which
you. That
prompted
was
me
my
to
that was my
jump in.
big
Can we
making
ask
sure
the
you.
budget committee when they usually meet? They're sitting right there.
I
Sure.
believe so.
Jim, do you know when you usually meet? Budget committee,
Yeah.
someone.
We usually meet with the finance director and town manager on about 10 days before the council. Monday, in a week in advance of the council.
What time of day?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Would that work for you?
Yeah, that's
Good.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
sure. Thank you.
And next we have Mr. Richard Matten. Is Mr. Matten here?
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I formally withdraw my application. Mr. Furtado is a hell of a lot more qualified than I am.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to appoint Mr.
Make
Furtado?
a motion, we appoint Mr. Furtado to the budget
And
committee.
I'll second that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Next, we have no better person, I think, to be on the Drainage Committee, which is new. Jenny K. Flanagan, come on down.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And you're applying for a position. There are 3 spots. You're the only one tonight. And give us a little of your background and why you'd like to be on this advisory group, which is newly created as well.
Right. I'm on the planning board. Drainage issues are increasingly becoming important. I'm on the Warren Land Trust. I see drainage problems on our properties. I have been around town. I've seen what happens on the stream that comes from Bristol and goes across Vernon and through Baggy Wrinkle. And we don't have a good storm management regulations. There's several places that appears rounded about in town. One of the things that came out of the tree canopy study committee that I was on last spring and summer, this spring and summer, was that we don't have good drainage regulations in town. I would like to work on getting that to happen. And then several years ago, when we had the sewer and septic study committee, drainage was part of that discussion as well.
Great.
Any questions?
No, make a motion to appoint Jenny.
I'll second.
I did have one question.
Mr. Trombley?
Sorry, Jenny.
I don't want to lose you, Jenny.
Where do you find the time with all the things that you do, and you have other things on the agenda tonight? How do you do it? How do you do it all?
I like to give.
Okay, it's very important.
I got a lot to help earlier in my life, and I'm paying it all forward now.
Lovely. I'll second the motion by Mr. Rigo.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Next, we have the 250th Commission. We still have 3 positions available. And at this time, I'd like to point out to everybody and maybe not remind them, but let them know maybe for the first time that we have the opening reception on September 19th, 5 to 8, and that's going to be at the library. And this opening reception is the beginning of the 250th year celebration. That's national. And each state is contributing to the celebration, and each town in the state has been asked to participate in that manner. So the night will be a kickoff of the townwide celebration. The evening will include remarks and opening ceremony from local, state, and town participants, tours of the Charles Whipple Green Museum with a collection of documents and artifacts from the Revolutionary War era, complimentary light fare, mocktails and drinks, performance of our 250th anthem at 6:30, which was written by Atwater and Donnelly. So it's a unique tune, only to Warren, and I welcome everybody. And we all want everybody to show up and be there and participate.
May I add, Mr. President, I believe
Please.
we have a very dignified master of ceremonies for this event, do we not?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's you,
Oh,
so you should be.
well, you know me, when we're dignified and me in the room. Thank you. Yes, I'll be the MC, and I will be my best behavior. Thank you for that. Next, we have the acceptance of minutes. And we have the minutes of the August meeting. Anybody see any corrections or additions or?
I'll make a motion, we accept the August 12th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
Thank you. And all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I didn't see you sent the 12th email, correct?
I did, yeah.
I didn't see a printed one, so I saw them and
I didn't see a
any.
printed one either, but
Yeah.
you did
No,
email
it
it.
was
Just
emailed.
I did
accept
see it emailed. I was just curious about.
Yeah, you
because I
don't
didn't
print
have
them anymore. He usually just does email now.
Okay, I saw it. I read it. I was there.
Yep.
Any corrections from anyone else? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept the executive office, or executive.
And there a second?
Second, but I got a question.
Please.
Is the motion to accept and seal, Tony, or do you just accept?
Accept and sealed is more appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Trombley, I'm sure will
Oh,
correct
yeah.
his motion to
I will amend my motion.
reflect. And there is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have the consent agenda, which is P1.
Make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we have Chapter 11, License and Business Regulations, Article 2, Alcoholic Beverages, Taverns, and Victualling Houses, Section 11-28, Limitation on the number of Class B liquor licenses. This is the first reading. And pursuant to the provisions of Section 3-5-16 of the general laws, the town council hereby limits the maximum number of Class B liquor licenses. So what we would be doing is changing that to the maximum number of Class BV beverage licenses to be issued by the town is fixed at 32.
Can I ask why we're increasing it?
Yes, there's an applicant here this evening.
Okay,
That is part of petition 2 and new business 8.
okay.
Mr. DeSisto, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I noticed that on the next page, you have a request for a victualling license.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that it is part of this liquor license. So my question is, will the hearing on the liquor license for this business be paired with the second reading of OB1?
Yes, I combined the two earlier in the meeting.
No, but what he's saying is we can't really have a public hearing on a liquor license that doesn't exist yet, and it takes 2 readings to make the liquor license. Is that what you're saying, Anthony?
And
That's not what I'm saying, is I noticed that it's on for victualling license.
Yep.
And I'm assuming that this is, when it comes up next month, there's gonna be the advertising for the liquor license for the business as well as the victualling license. I just want to clarify, that I didn't see on the agenda, unless I'm missing it, the request for a public hearing for this business to get its liquor license.
Well, because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, didn't we have to create it before we then?
You're not gonna do it at the same time?
NB8 is the discussion and action regarding request for an additional Class BV liquor license. And so 01 is us saying we're gonna change it
I
from
thought that
31 to 32.
Anthony, it's always taken 2 months because we have to create the liquor license, and it takes 2 meetings to do
I
that.
thought we changed it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
Well, you just said first reading.
Right. This is the first reading. Let's have one person speak. Ms. Speroni, tell us what,
This is the first reading, so what you also put yourself, so you included that you wanted to put the BV liquor license on there. So this would be the first reading, because it was taking too long, that's why you guys changed it. So you did the first reading, but you included NB8, because you requested it to be additional.
correct?
Here is the additional, the first reading, and then when I put it on, because this has been advertised for the first reading from 32 to 32.
31 to 32.
31 and 32. So, Mr. DeSisto, what is it?
Sandy's correct. What I'd suggest, though, is you combine NB8, the victualling license, and 01 all together so that they can be addressed all in one so that
We did.
public knows that you're creating an extra liquor license. And what would happen is at the October meeting, the first vote would be on whether or not to create the extra liquor license. If the extra liquor license is created, then you can drop down to the public hearing to grant it to the business. Sandy's correct, actually. You did that so you'd eliminate having it to go to November.
Right, 3 months.
Separate motion for the victualling, because they make separate motion, make this person can open with just the victualling, and then they're gonna get the liquor license.
If that's what,
If for some reason they don't want the liquor license anymore, they can just keep the victualling, we've done that before.
That
okay,
makes
well, I
sense.
stand corrected. That's up to the applicant.
That makes sense.
All right, so
I'll make a motion, we combine
We
this
already
with.
did.
we already
At the
did.
beginning.
Oh, that was the beginning,
You made
okay.
it, yes.
I'll make a motion, we approve the increase from 31 to 32 liquor licenses. And I make a motion, we issue the victualling license under NB, because we don't want to issue the liquor license, correct? That's what I
We
just
want
heard
them to
Sandy
move
say.
forward.
Let's do them one at a time.
Okay.
Even though we move them all together, we're still going to deal with them individually. So you have a motion,
I have a motion to increase from 31 to 32 the BV beverage licenses.
and is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to have the applicant come down for the victualling license and let us know what he plans on doing, he and his wife?
Now I'm confused as heck here, because NBA clearly states for a BV liquor license, it doesn't say anything about a victualling license on the agenda.
It does.
It does, that's another one.
It's P.
All right, so we're not doing NBA, we're doing the
We're doing,
We're doing P2 now.
P2. Okay, all right, here we go.
Don't be confused with
It
our
is
confusion.
confusing.
It's all moving exactly as the state law allows it.
Okay,
Who are you?
Michael San Angelo.
And what do you plan on doing in the town of Warren?
I'm planning on putting an Italian restaurant, some pub food in the space on Main Street.
Formerly known as The Restaurant.
Correct.
And it will be known as
Sorelli.
Sorelli
Lane, yep.
moving forward. And you'll be
She's,
doing that.
Sisters and sister restaurant in Italian.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yeah,
And you'll be doing that with your wife
yes,
and family.
yes.
And you want to mention the restaurant you currently own
Spaghetti Lane.
in Barrington. So I think you have probably a lot of fans.
Yep.
Are there any questions of Mr. St. Angelo?
sure. So you would like to be permitted to open an Italian restaurant at the restaurant and cafe uptown. And it's Italian. Will you be serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner,
We will be
Just-
doing brunch on Saturdays and Sundays, along with lunch and dinner during the week.
Great.
Yeah.
And you have in mind being open how many days?
Probably Tuesday through Sunday.
Tuesday through Sunday, okay. There's a great need for lunch options in town. We have a few, but to expand our offerings would be great. And you obviously have some experience in
I
the
do.
culinary industry. Are you finding that it is a successful time or a prosperous time to?
I am. I mean, obviously, the place in Barrington is kind of small, so we kind of like outgrew it. We're looking for a little more space.
Yeah,
And this place has a lot more space in it. So, I
great.
mean, we're not leaving Barrington, obviously.
You're going to keep your
Yeah,
Barrington
obviously, yes,
location open.
yes, yep.
Any other questions?
I'll just say, obviously, you come into town with a great reputation for Spaghetti Lane and also Uptown, or the place, whatever it was called before it was Uptown. I don't remember that, but is a great location. So best of luck to you in your operations, and we hope that we can help you out as much as we can.
Thank you. So it's just kind of confused about the liquor license thing. Is that?
All right, so we didn't have a vacant one.
Right.
So we needed to increase the number of licenses in town, which we did. That takes 2 readings.
Yep.
So next month, the one that we created will then be able to be issued. Is that correct?
Yeah, what will happen is there'll be 2 things. The first will be the second reading. to create the liquor license. Assuming that they vote for that, there'll be a liquor license available. The next item on the agenda will be the public hearing to issue to Sorelli the liquor license itself. And by voting on the victualling license, you're allowing Mr. St. Angelo to open the restaurant early, although we can't serve alcohol until the second Tuesday in October.
So that's what we're doing now. If you wanted to go in there and operate
We're
before
kind
your
of
liquor
shooting for like
license,
November 1st.
okay,
It
then,
should be fine.
Yeah.
then we just did this in the abundance of caution to allow you to operate if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah.
And any other questions pertaining to what's in front of
Yeah,
us
so-
now, the
so-
victualling license?
So he's going to be applying for next month's meeting, correct?
Correct. With a
The
public
second
hearing.
reading.
Yeah.
He's going to be,
advertised.
he's going to be applying for a liquor license. And
Correct.
At
Yes.
the same time, we're going to be creating one.
Correct.
Create.
Well, first we'll create one, then
And
the
he can
next
ask
item on
for it.
the agenda will be his application for one.
Okay.
We have to
Makes
create it
sense.
before we can give it.
And Sandy will advertise liquor license hearing.
Because it's a public hearing, right?
For the public hearing. Sandy will do that so that it don't be aired.
And should there be another applicant for that license, there would have to be discussion on,
Well, actually, by taking the vote that you're gonna take, Sorelli will be first in line.
so there would be, and it could be ordered that,
That's why Sandy made the comments that
Okay.
she made. So there's no risk to an applicant going forward on this. If the liquor license is created, this business, this applicant would be first in line. I think that's one of the reasons, Sandy, why we did that.
To have a measure of protection in case, just
Yep.
in case somebody came in asking for another one, even though, I mean, if we created the additional one, and somebody came in, you understood what we
Yeah,
just said.
yep.
Okay. So let's get back to the victualling.
I'll make a
license.
motion, we approve the vitrilling license for Sorel LLC at 437 Main Street.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
aye.
So you have a victualling license.
Thank you.
See you next month.
See you next month.
Next month, return, and we're going to go through what we just explained to you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And you're going to be open November 1st?
Try it.
Yeah, I'll let the wife know.
Thank you.
All right, Michael,
Thanks.
take care. Good to see you. Yeah, chicken cutlet. Oh, wait, he's not putting a chicken cutlet on the menu.
No.
Yes, chicken cutlets, very good.
Mr. President, question of procedure. So are we tabling then NB 8 until the next meeting? Or are we, I don't think we're taking any action on it at this
No.
time, right?
What we need to do is vote to set it down for a public hearing at the October meeting.
I'll make a motion to that effect.
There you go. I was gonna do it when we got to it, but that's fine. Do it now, because we did.
But
Combine
the
them all.
wording on this is requesting an additional. We already did that. The next, so that's basically done. The wording on this says discussion and action regarding a request for an additional Class BV liquor license. We have
Right.
created,
So-
or we have started the process to create a new.
Yeah,
This is not a request
Yeah, I
from
don't-
him.
yeah, no,
to
but
have it.
what you're missing is they're requesting it.
No, well.
Yes, this rally restaurant is
Okay,
requesting it.
so we did that. This
Yeah.
is not,
Yeah, I don't think we need to take any action on it.
yeah, we don't have to do anything with that.
No, but you're gonna set it down for a public hearing.
Okay, so can we have a motion to set it down for a public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We need to be a little bit better on our editing for it next month, the confusion that it causes me. I don't catch it I should, but I don't. So next we have P1, and this is, oh no, we did P1.
O2, we're skipping over.
Now we're doing 3,
So we're-
correct?
So we're not gonna discuss O2, correct?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. For the public's information, ordinance 2, we're going to skip it because I don't believe, and the solicitor's in agreement, the language on the agenda, if anyone could read that and come up with the fact that that's a discussion on cannabis, I think you should play the lottery, because although the Chapter 32 zoning ordinance, Article 23, Section 32, 130 definitions, Article 5 district use regulations, Section 32, 31 criteria for specific categories of special use permits. All of that is correct, but it's regarding a change in the zoning code of the town of Warren to sell cannabis. So I think it needed to be worded better to actually say
Oh,
that.
I see what you mean.
So we're gonna put it off till next month. How do you all feel about that?
Yeah, I think, do I take a motion to table that, Mr. Solicitor?
I don't think, continue,
Motion to continue. then.
please. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now, we're gonna go to P3.
Yes.
And this is a request for a victualling license from Blue Door Inc., Justin Silva.
Mr. President,
Yes,
we may have already done this, but may I make a motion to combine P3 and P4 since they're by the same entity and person?
well,
Second
they're,
that
There's one
motion.
after the
they're
other.
one right after the other. I mean,
Okay, fair enough.
usually it's just for the,
I withdraw my motion. I got you.
it's okay. Thank you. Hey, job, Mr., I never call you Mr. Who?
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva, thank you. I had to look here. Justin and Mike.
Yeah, Justin
saying
Silva,
hi in the
194
neighborhood.
Water Street.
Am I might be within 200 feet of his building. I didn't think of that.
Am I?
Across the street, I don't
I
know.
own property within 200 feet, probably.
Sorry, you can't
Right.
have anything. We're all butters.
The State Ethics Commission recognizes the rule of necessity. Because if the three of you were within 200 feet, that would leave, it would be quorumless. In that situation, you're allowed to vote.
Okay. 08.
Great.
So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you want to do and the location.
So I live at 194 Water Street, and my brother and I bought the property in 2020, and we've been restoring it since then, the inside and the outside. And today I am looking to get a victualling license. I'm looking to open a general store, a modern day general store in the property, in the storefront below. I live upstairs, and I'm looking to get a victualling license so that I could have coffee, ice cream, and baked goods in company with retail.
Okay. And for those of you wondering where the location
Yeah.
is, it's across from Mercius Hardware,
Oh,
which is always my historical things that aren't there anymore.
Right.
So Jack's Bar, we could use Jack's Bar. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Sure. So, provided we approve your request this evening, what do you see as the timeline for getting the shop open?
I think it depends on what we're looking at in terms of things that need to be done for fire code and how costly that's going to be in the timeline and getting a build out done. So October 1st, the space will be cleared for the first time. So we'll get a good sense of what needs to be done. In a perfect world, by the end of the year. But the latest, I think, the beginning of maybe April would be the latest.
Okay. And my next question was, have you spoken to the building official, the fire chief?
Yes, we have. We have about the building in general.
Mhm.
So we kind of know what needs to be done in terms of fireproofing and a hardwired alarm system. So, and possibly a second egress as well, which I think would probably require going before the historic board because it would mean turning a window into a door in the back.
Okay.
But I guess that's something, a bridge to be crossed later.
That's our building official. Take a good look at him. I'm sure you'll be talking to him in the near future. Mr. Rego?
what are you going to be selling at the general store?
General goods.
Brooms?
Brooms, yeah.
I only
Brooms.
say that because there was a gentleman that had a store in Gazelles.
And everybody bought. that
Everybody
broom.
bought the same broom. That just came to
Brooms,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Brooms, toilet paper, tackle boxes, sewing kits. I think it's really going to kind of take shape based off of the community's needs and what kind of works and what doesn't work. But a little bit of everything is the goal.
I'd like
Mr.
to make
Hanley?
a motion that we approve the victualling license and the holiday license for Blue Door Inc., 196 Water Street, but have the clerk not issue until fire and building have both signed off.
I'll second that motion.
And just to be clear to the public, the holiday license is so the business can be open on Sundays.
Right.
And
I-
holiday.
And holidays, if you want.
So there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Good
Thank you,
luck.
thank you.
Next, we have request, this is P5, request for a tattoo license from Eclectic Body Art and Healing Studio, Sabrina Lima, apprentice.
Hello,
Hello, and who's Sabrina?
this is me.
You're Sabrina?
Yep.
Okay, and you'll be doing business at 446 Main Street?
Yep.
Any questions from the solicitor?
Well, under section 11-338, subsection B of the code, the chief of police shall ascertain if the applicant is a person of good moral character. So we need to hear from the chief.
Okay, so you're clear. Are there any other questions of the applicant?
I'll make a motion, we approve the tattoo license for Sabrina Lima as the apprentice at Eclectic Body Art and Healing Studio.
Second.
Did you want us to talk? You seem like you want to talk.
You got what you want, you may not want to say anything.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, are you who the apprentice would be working under?
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
This is the mama.
So you have your apprentice
You're all
license
set.
to work in Warren? Okay,
Good
now,
luck.
next, we have Paige Crenshaw.
That's me.
You're next.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you want an apprentice license as well?
Yes.
And you want to do business at the same Eclectic Body Art and Healing Studio. And I don't know, what does the police chief say about her
Your moral character.
moral character background? Nothing, okay. Unless you have something you want to add. no?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, there
I'll
you
make a
go.
motion to approve Paige Crenshaw, apprentice, Eclectic Body Art and Healing Studio.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you
Good
have
luck.
it.
Thank you.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but the chief doesn't have any tattoos.
That we can see. P7, we have a request for a tattoo license from 1001 Troubles. Is the applicant here? Hi, come on down. Warren is becoming a tattoo town, yeah. And you are India Scott?
Yep.
And do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, what you want to do?
Just be licensed in Warren.
That's
I-
a dumb question, but do we have to do a moral character on India as well?
What the ordinance says.
Okay, Chief Borges. She's okay. All right.
I do have a question. How many tattoo artists work out of 446 Main Street?
Oh, I don't work there. I'm at
She's at
464.
1001.
That's the previous
So,
one.
yeah,
The
the
previous two
couple
were-
doors
Yes,
down.
all right, I
This
didn't,
is a different studio.
I'm sorry, I didn't turn the page.
Same question for 1001. How many?
Yeah.
It's only 20 numbers away, but
I know.
a lot,
Quite a
right?
few.
Yeah, you can all work in the same house, but you all have to be individually licensed.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay, so it's 446 was the other one, and 464 is this one,
Okay,
so
I
it is
just
a little
noticed it, yeah.
confusion.
I apologize.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Good luck.
Actually, oh.
What?
46, nothing.
Okay, next we have P8, request for a one-day outside entertainment license from Andrew Fenster. Is Andrew here? Hello, Andrew.
How are we doing?
Good. Would you like to tell us about your event?
I'm getting married.
Oh,
Congratulations.
there you go.
Yeah.
Would you like a tattoo?
I got a few of those too.
All right.
Yeah, I got a few of those.
So you're at 18 Laurel Lane,
Yep.
5 to 10. Have you met with the fire chief and the police chief?
Yes, I have.
Everything is okay? All right. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Make a motion to approve?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Good luck.
Thank you.
In everything.
Yeah.
Next, we have a entertainment license for Michaela Scanlon. The applicant is here. Mr. DeSisto, this is a fundraiser, and this is my girlfriend. I'm participating. Is there any issues with that?
Yes, so you need to
Ah,
Cranston City Council, Joe?
what?
I'm going to take over here. Okay.
What happened in Cranston?
Oh, that's what happened to Kristen?
Ms. Scanlon, can you tell us about this event that you hope to put on at 25 Serpentine Road on, from 2 to 7 on what, on 9/27?
Yes, yes, it's a fundraiser that I am hoping to put on at my business, which is a horse farm, and I'm going to have a couple of local bands there. And
What are you raising money for?
this year, I believe we're raising money for the town lights for the Christmas tree. down
In
at-
case anybody missed that, this fundraiser will raise money to light the tree at Burrs Hill Park. So this is something we've been wanting for a very long time, and being short of funds, it is a great and generous thing that Ms. Scanlon is doing. Any other questions?
This is the same event you had last year, right?
Yes,
Yeah, it was a
yes.
good time. I
Yeah.
was there. Yep. I'll make a motion, we approve the one-day outside entertainment license for Michaela Scanlon at 25 Serpentine Road on Saturday, September 27th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot to ask the two chiefs, but they're both giving me the thumbs up, so we're good. Oh, okay.
Is he of good moral character?
I didn't see the police chief stand up.
Oof, tough crowd, tough crowd. Comes with the territory. Correspondence. Is there anything there anyone
I
would
would
like
just
to?
like, I'd like to pull, well, just mention C6. I'd like to thank Jesse Cannon for the service, and I would also like to send them a letter of thanks.
Yes, and there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sounds good. Now, we're moving on to OB1. And I just moved it. Let's see, OB1. OB1 is discussion and action regarding plan of combining the,
Joe, before we go forward, I think we need to advertise for that open position for the Historic District Commission.
sure, that's a good
That in the
point.
form of a motion.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Okay,
now,
deal.
moving right along. We have discussion and action regarding the plan of combining the zoning and planning boards pursuant to RIGL 4524-56-1. Mr. DeSisto, can you please enlighten us?
So research indicates that Warren would be on the leading edge of this. One of the things that I've done is the League of Cities and Towns has a solicitor roundtable. I made a request that this be discussed at the next meeting on this so we can hash over the issues. Clearly, the statute contemplates this. This is something that the General Assembly has been looking at to streamline the regulatory process. You already have that with the Unified Development Plan Review. This would take it to the next step, which would vest the board.
Speak into the mic. They can't hear you in the back of the room. Or please come somewhere where the back of the room can hear you.
The idea behind this statute is to streamline the process, similar to development plan review, but it would expand that so that one board would handle all of the requirements that would be needed for a major land development, so that zoning and subdivision or land development regulations will be handled in one step. Currently, under the scheme that you have with the state statute and your ordinances, is you have your master plan, and if zoning relief is needed for the proposal, then the matter goes to the zoning board, and assuming that the zoning relief is granted, then it goes back to the planning board for a preliminary plan review. So, it'd be relatively easy to enact your necessary ordinances to create this one unified board. However, you'd also have to change your subdivision regulations, and you'd also have to change your zoning ordinance. The next thing is that your zoning and planning boards are listed as boards in the charter.
so it would also necessitate a charter change. That's basically what you're looking at here. So it is a relatively easy concept to understand, but in order to effectuate it, you would have to make some changes, not only to your charter, but you'd also have to make changes to your zoning ordinance and your subdivision regulations.
Any questions for the solicitor?
I got several.
I do, and I know you brought this up. My only fear is you're going too far, spending a lot of time on this, and at this point, I kind of have some reservations about doing it, so I'd hate to see you do so much work, and if a couple other of us was in the same boat, it seems like John.
Well,
I've got-
if
I've
I
got
can
a
say
couple
it's straight,
questions.
this is a straight policy consideration.
Right.
Legally, can you do it? Yes, you can. You can. But it's a policy determination that you have to make.
Yeah, my reservation is it seems like one body would have too much power versus what we have now. And I know sometimes it's hard to find these people, but again, I have some reservations.
Mr. Hanley?
My first question would be procedural. So we can't make these changes until we get a charter change, which takes an election, correct?
The earliest that this could be effectuated would be at the 2026 election.
Right,
So
so in other words-
we're about a year away.
Right.
But you think about it.
Could work on it, and then
Yes.
hopefully it gets passed at the meeting.
Or
The
we
town-
want to hear the information, and then we may not decide to push it through.
Here's the thing, John, the timeline would be, you would need to have all of these changes in place and ready to go, not by November, but Sandy, what would it be, like May? So you're looking at about 7 or 8 months to get all this done. It's not a year.
And that's the process. My question's on the actual function.
I'm
So
not
this-
listening to out there.
There would no longer, I think it's raining, isn't it?
No, is that fireworks or rain?
Is that from the cleaning or the
I don't know.
flood? Is that
We'll ignore it.
water coming
Right.
out?
I'll just close the window.
There's a sound.
Sorry about the distraction, but we can hear it probably louder than all of you.
And so now on the actual function, so there would no longer be, in other words, it wouldn't be just unified. There would be a combined board that would hear everything. You'd say some guy wanted relief because his shed was going to be too close to the property line. He would still go to this one board instead of going to the zoning board?
You'd still have straight zoning applications.
Correct.
They would go to this board, which would administer the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
You'd have some major land development applications that don't need any zoning relief.
Right.
They would go to this board.
And the other thing, normally the process is if there's going to be a zoning change, planning board writes it, comes to us, we approve it, and the zoning board enforces it. My concern is this, technically, in my opinion, there's a built-in conflict between planning and zoning. Planning is what you want to see, zoning is what you can legally do. If we take that conflict out, I'm concerned that we may run into some issues. In other words, if they're sitting as the planning board saying, yeah, that's a great idea, but the zoning ordinance says you can't do it, I'm afraid they're gonna say, well, we think it's a great idea, so you're gonna be able to do it without, coming to us to change the zoning ordinance.
Understood. I'm going to give you an example, though. Under Title 45, Chapter 53, for affordable housing, that all goes to the planning board, even the zoning relief that they need. Now, it's denominated as waivers, but that's the scheme that you're looking at that would extend to any development, not just something under the Low to Moderate Income Housing Act.
Okay, now how would that affect zoning ordinance amendments or changes? Because like I said, normally the planning board forwards them to the council and then the zoning board enforces them. They're gonna be making their own rules?
That's correct, but yeah, that's what the statute contemplates.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Yep.
But that's what the statute contemplates.
So this discussion is worthy. And the process, as Mr. DeSisto has stated earlier, is nobody's doing it yet, so the league's discussing it. So are there any questions from this side of the room?
I think it's worth the discussion. I think it's worth seeing how the planning and zoning boards, how the public reacts to it, sort of thinking about the various scenarios. Maybe it would remove that necessary sort of checks and balances, as John was mentioning, we heard initially that when it was first put on the agenda, there was some immediate pushback, which that's all valid stuff. But I think it's worth a greater discussion, and it may be something that just the timing isn't right, or it's not an ideal direction to go in. But given our situation with no planner and, moving through these issues, these development issues and whatnot, how can we better address them and make things happen?
If I can make a suggestion, for what you need to do in order to accomplish this, there is significant public participation. Prior to, I agree with Lou, prior to, making amendments to the charter, amendments to the zoning ordinance, and amendments to your subdivision regulations, perhaps what you should do as a kickoff is to have that public participation front-loaded.
Mm-hmm.
So you can hear from the board, see what they have to say, and hear from the public and hear what they have to say too. I think that may inform your decisions. The only reason I say that is because, you think, gee, it's the earliest this could be done would be November of 2026, but you really don't have a lot of time given the time constraints to get things on your ballot. The other process to amend the zoning ordinances in the significant amount of drafting that would need to be done. So you probably want to start on it sooner rather than later, so that if this is something that would be considered to go to the next step, there's still the amount of time to properly draft so it's not rushed and the process can go forward.
I think we just had the proper discussion, so I guess the question is, when should we have this meeting with the planning board, zoning board?
Probably want to start sometime in October.
So
would it be a special meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Be a workshop.
It wouldn't be a public hearing, it would just be a workshop.
Well,
Obviously, the public is welcome, but it wouldn't be like a public hearing.
couldn't be a true public hearing because you don't have an ordinance yet.
Okay.
Probably want to have a workshop with public input
Yes, yeah.
so that, you can hear from the boards, but you can also hear from the public.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, on this topic, what action is it that the council should take this evening? Nothing other than continuing
Set up
it
a-
through.
Set up a work.
I think you have two options. Either say, look, this isn't something we want to consider, or we'd like to hear from the public. So you probably want to refer this to Sandy to try and set up some type of a workshop in October with the boards and with the public so that you can get
So
some
do we
input.
want an action on that?
I would say, my
Motion to create.
action would be to direct the town clerk to set up a public workshop on the issue of combining planning and zoning boards. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, I'm not saying I'm for it, I'm just saying I don't
I
know
feel the
enough
same.
about it at this point.
My only real head scratch right now is, will there be any information available for us to share, or are we gonna do what we just did now?
If nobody in the state has
You're
done
my
this,
land
this has
expert,
not
yeah,
been done. Are there any other states that have a model that would be similar to this? When this public workshop happens, is there any sort of expert opinion that can come with sort of these are some really pluses and these are some minuses, so we have something to really
It
think about?
It won't be the first time that Warren's on the leading edge of some type of an issue like this. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
The second thing is that's one of the reasons why I want to consult. I don't know if other towns are far along on this process. They've had their meetings. They're going forward on it. But
Should we wait a month and can you get back to us at least next month on where the league is? Or where other communities are?
If you do it at the end of October.
September, so if we wait till October, we would have to wait till the end of October, the beginning of November, to schedule a public workshop. I think that would still possibly work.
okay.
Yeah, I'd make a motion.
Mr. Trombley, please.
So, Mr. Sisto, so I understand the impediment that it's in our charter that the zoning and planning board is mentioned specifically. But given the state law that was recently enacted and its language, because I think I agree with my colleagues that we should have a public, not public hearing, but a public workshop to discuss these changes. But I agree with the council president that there should be something to present at that meeting. could we not simply promulgate a proposed ordinance that would say something to the effect of wherever zoning board or planning board is used in the ordinances, it shall be construed to mean combined planning, what is it called? Combined review board. In the interim, would that not be sufficient to affect that change?
The state statute is not mandatory.
Right, it's
It's
permissive.
permissive.
Yes.
That's the first thing. The second thing is years ago, actually about 30 years ago, there was a case, McDougal versus VLAG, which went to the Supreme Court on this very issue. It had to do with the sewer commission and the fact that it was mentioned in the charter and it just, there was an election. And I think the best way to do this is to do it on a comprehensive thing so that it doesn't create issues that might be exploited on appeal by parties.
Does the charter specifically call out the duties of these two boards? Because that could be a problem as well.
The both provisions basically say they got their membership in that it follows state law.
Okay.
The difficulty there is you have a state law that says you can combine, but the plain fact of the matter is you have Title 45, Chapter 23, which is subdivisions in land use development, and Title 45, Chapter 24, which is zoning. That's what I'm concerned about.
So basically, we want to continue this till,
No, I
think
think
we wanna have a
we
meeting.
decided we wanted to direct Sandy to
I think
convene,
that was your motion,
to
right?
schedule a
that was the
meeting.
motion, but then I thought we were going to have him gather more information and come back to us before, so, because we don't have anything to give to them. That was Joe's point.
I'll make if I may amend your motion to say that we will instruct the solicitor to gather information for a proposed ordinance that fits the constraints of our situation, and then contact Ms. Speroni to set up a public forum of some kind to discuss those proposals.
Would you prefer to hear first
I would, yeah.
what I come up with?
Yeah,
Because the thing is, that'll be the second week in October. You can schedule something in the latter half of October
I think
or perhaps early November.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that
John's been on the board, does it for a living. I think from my perspective and probably that of the public, we would need to know how they would be combined, what functions they would perform, how you would go about a simple application, as you mentioned.
And if
For a shed or for this or that.
If another community has done it, how it's working in that community, or, anywhere in the country.
So if there's any framework or structure that the league could give us or another community, that would be helpful. If not, we're just going to all be coming up with scenarios.
Yeah. I would look
That
for
may or may not fit.
whatever the positives are and the negatives. I mean,
And process, how they're doing it as well.
So how about we just make a motion to continue this to next month with the solicitor to give us a report on what we've just discussed.
I'll second that motion.
yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You had your hand up?
Yes.
Please come forward.
Richard Matthew. As a member of the planning board or an alternate, my suggestion is that you have a meeting first with both boards together and find out what they want to do as far as combining and how they would share authority.
Well, they would be at the meeting. That's who we're.
Yeah, but if you have some input before versus what the solicitor would give you, it gives you more input going into making your decision. Not having it come
I
at
don't think
that
there's,
time.
I don't think there's going to be any harm because we'll have a council meeting prior and we're planning on doing something end of October, so there's no harm.
Yeah,
You know, you
once
get
we
things like,
the information.
how big is the board gonna be? You're gonna
We're
increase,
not anywhere near there yet.
We're
you're gonna
not,
increase the size, or you're gonna,
well, that's where we would be
Right.
getting that was our request
Right.
from,
another thing, what would be the difference with having one or the other as a subdivision of the other? No, you get a zoning board and the planning board is a subdivision of it. Or,
we don't know any of this now. That's why we're
No.
gonna,
no, that's just ideas I'm throwing around.
right, that'd be
to
great for
give
that
you-
night, for that meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, next we have discussion and action, OB2, discussion and action allowing the town manager to work with the town's energy consultant for the best fixed electric and gas prices and execute a 3-year contract. Mr. Sullivan, hello.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. I understand that at the last meeting, there was a concern of the current contract that we're under with the Rhode Island Leagues of Cities and Towns, and that we might be breaking our contract with this, going forward with this plan. I spoke to Randy Rossi, the executive director, and there was some misinformation or misunderstanding on his part. This is actually a continuation of the current contract that we're in with the Rhode Island Leagues of Cities and Towns. So this program would not come into effect until after that contract ends, and it would be a continuation of that same contract that had been negotiated or is negotiated by the Rhode Island Leagues of Cities and Towns. And Ms. Stanley is here, and she can fill in some of the blanks here, but this is so that we can get the best price.
Excuse me, what is that noise that keeps going off? It's driving me nuts.
Somebody's cell phone.
Do.
It's somebody's cell phone.
Okay, can whoever makes that noise stop?
Silence.
I want to tell you, the sergeant arm got right up. You're doing your job. Good one.
He and I have a relationship. Sorry, it's just I'm
That's
expecting
okay.
something to happen after I hear it, and it doesn't, and it, go ahead.
I actually heard it, so that's pretty
See,
good.
your hearing is working.
This would actually give us the opportunity to get the best price, lock in the best price for the energy as we start to explore continuing this contract. And I think you could fill in a little bit more on that aspect of it if you would.
So currently, we have a contract negotiated through the League of Cities and Towns, and that's what we buy into. And with the strength of the participating towns, I'm not sure how many participate out of the 39.
Quite a few, I'm sure.
Yes, and so that's how we've been purchasing. And since deregulation, we get inundated with requests for, hey, buy electricity from us.
I'm sure.
And so we don't want to do that.
No, the League of Cities and Towns negotiates a very good contract on your behalf with the supplier, and they always go out to bid and choose a large and solidly financially reliable supplier to do a contract with, which when you're buying energy for a municipality is very important. This isn't the time to go find the lowest, smallest business. This is the time to get somebody with deep pockets who you can count on to be there for you. And the reason that you want to try and negotiate directly with that supplier for your next session, your next contract's price, is because the best way to get the lowest price for energy is not to go out to bid and look at as many contracts as you can. It's to buy it at the right time.
Right.
So once you've found a good supplier, then you wait for the market to get low and you buy low. That's the whole idea.
How do you know? It's like time in the market. How do you know that? How do you know when it's?
So electricity, 60% of the electricity in New England is made from natural gas. And natural gas is traded on a public market. So look for the floor. It's really not too much more complicated than that. When natural gas is trading at around $3 a decatherm or an MMBTU, then you know that you're close to the floor, because if it's under that, the drillers will stop drilling. Like they're not gonna make any money. So if you're between like $3 and $4 in the commodities market, it's a good time to look. If natural gas is up around $6, it's a good time to sell it to Europe, but it's not a great time for us to buy it. So that's one effort that we look at. We look at historical prices. We don't like to buy energy on cold days or very hot days. We like to look at storage numbers. We like to buy energy during times when there's a lot of storage of energy, because it makes the prices lower. So these are all things that Brian and I have talked to Charlotte Diego about, who's from Constellation, and Rita Moran from Power Options, who are the people who are responsible for this contract, and they have been advising us, and it's really great that we have them to do that with us.
Another question, Mr.
Yeah, I'm
Rego.
sorry, because I get confused. So you're an outside contractor and you want to work with the town. And your goal is to save us money on energy.
Yes.
So last month you were here and there was grant and.
That's the next agenda item.
But let me finish the question. Do you have records of how much we've been spending for X amount of years on all our buildings?
You use, I kind of thought he might ask me this. You use about 2.4 million kilowatt hours a year. That's a number that came from Constellation yesterday. And your current price for supply only is 0.10490 per kilowatt hour. So that means that your supply only cost annually is $258,000 a year right now. You have to add the cost of the utility into that as well. And that changes depending on the bill, but roughly it's about 10 cents. So double it.
Utility is the delivery or utility?
The utility is the delivery.
Which is the expensive part, because
They're about the same right now.
Really?
And if we move quickly, they might still be the same.
So in
That
round numbers,
depends.
we're spending about $500,000 a year.
Yes.
That's no surprise. The sewer plant is close to 300,000.
That's correct.
At least.
When will this contract take effect? Because you said it won't interfere with the interlocal, or it'll come in after the interlocal's contract expires?
The day later.
Okay. Are there any other communities that are doing this, that are in the trust and are stepping away?
So we wouldn't be stepping away from the
No,
trust. We would
this
be
is-
staying with the trust.
It's actually.
Yeah, this
Not
is-
the trust, the
league.
interlocal,
The league.
The
That's
league.
cities and
Okay, all
towns.
right.
Trust
That's what I mean.
The
Yeah,
league,
the
I'm
league.
sorry.
Okay.
If I said trust, I apologize.
So in other words, we won't have a contract with them anymore. We'll have it with.
No, you will continue to have the same negotiated
Yeah, that
contract.
was-
Okay.
That was the confusion last month.
All
We're
right,
not
so we would
stepping
still stay in,
outside.
we'd stay in
Actually, it
that
wasn't
conglomerate,
confusion.
for lack of a better
Yeah,
term.
that-
We
The
didn't have
league-
an answer to the question.
The
Okay.
league negotiates a contract with better terms
Okay.
with Constellation than you would get if you went to Constellation on your own. If you go to Constellation on your own, 30 days payment terms. If you go through the league, I think it's 55 days
makes
that we have.
sense now.
These kinds of little
It's a bulk
contractual
contract,
details that make a difference. If we don't have to pay for 55 days, that helps us in our financial plan.
But
So-
you're an outside.
No,
She's our energy.
I
we're still
work
gonna
for
get
you.
our electricity through that co-op, through the trust.
Are there
through
any
the
other
League of
questions?
Cities and Towns.
A simple question. Who do you work for?
I work for Brian Sullivan.
She works for the town of Warren.
She's the town of Warren.
She's our energy
I
consultant.
work for you. I work for this town. I invoice them. They're paying it with a grant right now, but that's who I work for. I don't get paid any other way. I am not a broker. I don't get paid as a part of your supply. The only way I get paid is by invoicing the town of Warren. And when
And
Brian,
it's part of it, so when we get a grant, you get a percentage of that grant, and that's how you get paid?
no, right
No.
now I have a grant. There was a grant that came out that reimburses the town for the money they have to pay me.
Okay.
And that's good for another year and a half. Something
And
like
that comes from a contribution in the back of, if you look at the back of your bill, there's a renewable energy fund, and that point, whatever, it's not even a penny per kilowatt, but that all adds up, and that's where these energy conservation.
That's the incentive. The specific grant that's paying me in this time frame is coming from the federal government. It's an energy efficiency and conservation block grant. It was part of the Biden package, and somehow they're still paying it.
Well, locally, there's also the energy
But tho-
renewable
what
energy
you're
fund. on the
referring
back.
to is what funds our incentives, the grants for the money that we're trying to
Got it.
use to pay some of this other stuff.
Okay, so we really don't need an action on this because there's no new contract, is there?
Well, what about the 3 contracts that Jorge said?
That's the next discussion.
That's next. So all you're
You are,
doing is,
Brian will have to execute a contract our contract with Constellation that has been negotiated by the league is going to expire. It's a
when?
3-year contract, December 26.
I believe it's December
Okay, so we
26th,
can
but-
make a motion
Have they
tonight.
sent us
the renewal. Normally, we get the renewal and then we approve him to sign a new contract.
We don't want to wait for the contract to expire before we negotiate a new price.
Anthony, do we want to sign a contract we don't see?
If it's
Oh, no, you would see it.
we'll see it. It'll be a
It's
continuation.
been delivered. We have the contract.
Isn't it a continuation of what we currently have?
Yes. With new dates and new prices.
So
Same
it's-
contract, new
so-
dates, new prices.
So it is different.
The contract that we have right now will expire on the last day, December 26th, I think. And then on the first
Correct,
day.
but the council has not seen the new contract. It should have been in our packets to look at. It should have been reviewed by the solicitor.
And when I was told it was a continuation, I thought it would be a verbatim continuation. That's a continuation.
There's no changes to the contractual language.
But you said it's price differences.
But yeah, it's going to have a different price and different dates.
Right, so those would be considered changes that I think that we'd like to look at before we agree. That's all we're.
Yeah, no.
So, okay, so can I just
Mr.
clarify?
DeSisto, please.
Because in the packet, Mark, for OB3, you have, starting August 13th, Brian Wheeler. Those are the contracts I think that Jorge sent.
Right.
Am I mistaken?
No, they're right here.
No, that's correct.
But
But those are not your.
Those aren't our
supply.
energy purchase contract.
Okay, so that's for OB4 and not OB3.
No,
it's for OB2.
OB2 we're looking at. OB2 is our
We have no documentation.
purchase
in the packet.
contract
Okay,
through the League in Cities and Towns.
okay,
And we don't have it in front of us.
that's correct.
And we were told it was a continuation. I would have considered a continuation to be the same. There's additional price changes and
Yes.
additional language. So
There's not additional language. There are additional price changes
That's
and there are
something-
additional dates.
When does the contract wrap up?
December.
December. So we can have it for next month, no problem, October. Take a look at it and we'll take care of it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I make a motion, we continue OB1 till the.
Oh, OB2.
OB2 till the October meeting with the contract to be provided to the solicitor for review and to the council members for review.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Reagan.
I just, a quick question. Do we still have grants money available?
That's the next discussion.
Okay.
Now, we're going to
All
try,
right.
without confusion, to move into OB3. Discussion and action, and this is what we asked for last month. We asked for a presentation with additional information about an authorization for the town council president to sign the following: energy conservation proposal for Vision Energy Solutions, installation application and pre-installation survey from Rhode Island Energy, an incentive offer, commercial and industrial energy efficiency program from Rhode Island Energy. So,
So this was our discussion from the last time I was here.
yes,
We were talking about this grant that had some money left in it. And it was, now I have to find all of these details again, make sure I have this right. We had about $55,000 or so in that grant left. 56,179.66 is left in the grant. We have identified a project that we would like you to consider at the town hall, which is the implementation of a new energy management system. The total cost of that project is $167,500. If we apply the energy efficiency and conservation block grant that we have left, as well as a utility incentive of $56,180 that has been offered to us, that will give us a balance of $55,140.34 that we would like to ask Rhode Island Energy to implement an on-bill repayment plan where we pay $574.38 a month for 7.8 years. And we will put that against our monthly energy savings of $589. Do you guys remember this? Because we
Yes, and we voted on it.
Yes. you
And
did.
then we found out that, and you know, we had asked a lot of questions last month. You know that.
Yeah.
Brian wasn't here. And at no point did you say that we had installed the same system at the sewer plant.
But I did. When I presented all of the work that I did at the wastewater treatment plant, I specifically talked about the energy management system that we installed there.
You did. Mr. Rego.
I don't
what
remember,
you
Rich.
found out was that it's not working well. And
Okay,
you
I
can
want to
tell us
clarify all
why.
of that because.
You can tell us
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
Because there's been a lot of misinformation.
Correct.
Okay.
Or possibly, go right ahead.
First of all, I did go down and see Eric. It's been a while. Wanted to make sure that my recollection was the same as his. We had a nice chat, so that was good. I have several pieces of notes in front of me from the work that I've done for Warren and the wastewater treatment plant. What I'm looking at here is some notes from October of 22. This was just after we installed the control system in the wastewater treatment plant. We knew before we installed this control system that there was substantial deferred maintenance at the plant. That means a lot of the mechanical equipment doesn't work. But we didn't have a good feel for exactly which equipment didn't work and how much of it. Once we put the control system into place, that gave us visibility into the plant to determine what wasn't working. So I'm looking at my notes, and I went through a lot of this with Eric. He remembers all of this. We have notes from the controls people telling us all of these different pieces of mechanical exhaust equipment doesn't work. We have fans that don't work. We have exhaust fans that don't work. We have unit heaters that don't work. And the reason we knew that is because we had a control system in place sending us information about those pieces of equipment not working. So it has nothing to do with the control system. The control system is the messenger. So we batted this around quite a bit. We knew it was going to be expensive. We had one of our mechanical contractors give us a idea of how much that fixing all of that equipment would cost. And they came up with a list. This is dated March of 23. So as you can imagine, this is not an easy thing to ask a contractor to do. They have to come in and they have to go through all of these different pieces of equipment and they have to get quotes for all this stuff. It's very time consuming. And they came up with a list of $448,000 worth of equipment in that plant that is not working. So at that time, I had several discussions with Kate. I had several discussions with other members of the energy committee and the community that I know in the state to see if we could find grant funding for some of this. We could not. This work is not energy efficiency work. It's capital work. It's deferred maintenance. And it's like as if you had a house that you did nothing to for 25 years. And you would be surprised that it was leaking. That's what's happened here. So we've tried a number of different ways to come up with this money. We failed miserably. None of this equipment is working even now, except for we were able to get, then I had another vendor come and price it in May of 23, and they came up with $495,250. So these numbers are repeating. I felt confident that we knew roughly what we were talking about. At one point after Brian came on, Eric, part of this work was pumps in the boiler room. And the boilers were we weren't even being able to pump hot water around at that point. And that work was about $80,000.
Didn't we do that?
We did that last year, yes.
So that's good. That's off the table, but we still have $414,000 worth of deferred maintenance work in that plant. And it's a very caustic environment. It's not toxic, it's caustic. There's a lot of aggressive chemicals that are used. Everything corrodes. So the mechanical equipment that you need to buy to replace the exhaust fans, the air handlers, all of these different pieces of, actually most of it is mechanical ventilation equipment. It isn't stuff right off the shelf, right? These are things that are.
I got to tell you, because I went for a tour there, the most concerning thing I had was the computer room, and he had a large fan because of the heat that it builds, and I guess they put in air conditioning that doesn't keep up with the system.
Well, he told me the AC is fine. He's more concerned about the heat. The cabinet unit heaters.
All
right, so
talking
Mr.
about the
could I-
building where the air conditioner is not big.
Oh,
Could I
yeah, no,
please-
no,
Can I
that's a
please
different
ask
building.
you to all, everybody stop for a moment?
Yep.
This discussion is about town hall. The examples she's given came out of that discussion because this is software that is used at the sewer plant. Can we continue? Because I mean, we're going down the road of,
I'm just answering the question.
I know,
Is the system working at the wastewater treatment plant? Yeah,
We're
yes,
using
it
the
is.
information to base on this discussion and this action, so I think it's
want to
very
make,
appropriate.
make
Yeah.
sure if we're talking about the sewer plant and its infrastructure, this is all about putting this system in town hall. I just wanted to ask the question.
No, good point. That's true. But
And we haven't even started about town hall yet.
I understand, but the question was raised as to whether or not this similar system is working at this sewer plant. And I think that's where we're going.
It's a credibility issue. If
I
it,
don't know
why,
how deep we want to get into that, because we're talking about, the system as opposed to the sewer plant itself. So.
well, the control system is what's telling you about this equipment.
So if he says continue, continue.
That's all I have to say, really. It's the control system itself is working. I've confirmed that with Eric. He feels that it's something he can't use a lot because most of the equipment that it's attached to is broken. He uses it for boilers because the boilers are working.
but I'm assuming this system here is very old also.
Well, this is a very different building than the
And we
administrative
replaced it, I
plant.
think, less than 10 years ago.
It's a very different
boiler.
building and very different
We
environment.
switched from oil to gas.
But if you don't want to know about the condition of your building, don't put in a control system. Because that's what the control system will do. Will tell you how your building's operating.
So if you could segue into the discussion on
Yeah,
it being applied in this building.
yeah. So we think putting a control system in this building is a good thing. It gives you visibility into how the building is operating. If there is equipment that isn't working, you can fix it because you know about it. And you don't let deferred maintenance build up year after year after year, where all of a sudden you're in this situation. In addition, this is a very different environment than the administration building at the wastewater treatment plant.
So in your proposal, you have all your numbers in there, but in the scope of work, it said only includes 1 year of software maintenance. It doesn't reflect in your numbers where it's only gonna be $500 a month to do this, to do that. But that's over a 10, whatever that repayment plan is. What's gonna be once that 1 year free maintenance, software maintenance agreement expires, how much is that gonna add to the bill?
I don't know. We would have to get a mechanical firm, a controls firm to give you a maintenance contract for that, and you have to price that. Will you
Well,
need a
we
maintenance
must already
contract?
have one because it says it includes a 1 year software maintenance agreement.
So that's
And that's
for that,
software, that's not gonna be a mechanical guy, that's gonna be an
Right.
IT guy.
right. Well, no, it's going to be your controls HVAC firm is going to provide that. I'm not looking exactly what you're looking at right now, so I'd have to find it.
It's on page 5, and it's the first bullet point. It says of scope of work. And I think I kind of feel where Mr. Rego was going, are we putting new tires on a car that doesn't start?
I kind of,
I did
yeah.
not see that.
We went to school together, didn't we? And again, no
baked into-
disrespect.
Yeah, that's standard.
I know, but.
But that changes all of the numbers.
Well, it says
If
right
that's,
here, 1
if that's $5,000 or $10,000 a year, then all those numbers that are figured out there, where this is what it's gonna cost and that's what it's gonna cost, get blown right out the window.
So all of the pricing of this includes a 1-year software maintenance agreement. You do need to re-up your software, and you do need to have a preventative maintenance agreement for your control system. I don't know of any of those contracts for any buildings that are more than a few $1,000s. So,
But
but I
that
can't,
adds-
I can't tell you exactly.
That adds to the numbers on page 4. So these page 4 numbers are not gonna be held
Well-
true after the first year.
Well, these numbers would, you have to pay for maintenance. Yes, that's true.
Correct. So it says, simple payback year is 7.8. So 6.8 of these years, we would have to add the maintenance cost for these numbers to be accurate.
Don't you already have a maintenance agreement for your buildings?
No.
No. So and the other thing is, this system is only as good as it's being operated, right? So if somebody's not utilizing it, it really just goes out the window.
I would agree with that.
And it's also only as good as if we have filters and we're not changing the filters, meaningless.
No, that's not true.
No?
That has nothing to do with filters. This is a computer that picks up information from sensors and other types of equipment that is attached to your boilers, your air handlers, your mechanical ventilation equipment, feeds it back to a front end and allows your maintenance staff to see how your equipment is operating, if something's in a fault state, if something needs addressed immediately, what that might be, where they can find it, and how they can fix
I
it.
guess my point is this: if you go through the front doors, you're going to see a gap about this big. If you have a gap, if somebody keeps the windows open, if you're not changing the filters, you can do all of this stuff. It's going to be meaningless.
All right, Mr. Rego and Mr. Hanley, please hold on for a minute, because you guys are just talking out of turn. Anybody have questions? Mr. Tromley.
So if we go to page 6 of the August 13th, Dear Brian Wheeler communication, under clarification/notes, just to start off, work will be done during normal business hours from Monday to Friday. So I'm asking the manager, well, I suppose also you as well, in terms of the scope of work, would people need to be relocated from offices while this is going on? Is there a transition room where people can or offices can sort of move and shuffle around like pieces on a chessboard?
So these projects are implemented using meetings with our mechanical contractor, our controls vendor, and the staff here at the town hall. And there's a plan. There's a kickoff meeting. There's meetings that are held with notes. There's a plan illustrated. I'm doing a rather major project at the Westport Town Hall right now, and they're putting in a brand new heating system. And yeah, so that's getting a little disruptive, and we have to move people around. But we have a plan and we have a schedule, and we're working around it. With respect to controls, I don't see a big disruption.
So there's no disruption that you'd anticipate, like an office would have to be moved for a few days or a week?
I don't expect days, potentially hours.
Potentially hours. Thank you. My second question, on page 8 of the same document, there is, under installation, all installation staff will agree to submit to a Corey check before proceeding with the project.
This is a standard contract that's used for all different kinds of projects, and a Corey check is required for any public school work.
What does it stand for?
I'm not sure, but it has to do with school background checks, that you cannot work in a school without having a school background check.
I see. Okay. I guess that doesn't apply to us.
No.
But I guess it's
It's
good to
just
have.
standard language.
Yes, understood. So two bigger questions I have. I'll go back to page 6. It says under clarifications notes, the last bullet, proposal does not include the repair of mechanical equipment. We've talked a little bit about deferred maintenance. So what does that look like at Town Hall? How much deferred maintenance do we have in this building?
I don't know. And I won't know, and neither will anybody else, until you put a control system on it and it tells you.
Okay.
That's part of the problem.
That's where I have
Ms.
the-
Cronin, do you have anything you'd like?
I did more. I'm sorry.
Were you done?
No, I had more. I'm sorry. Is that all
Well,
right?
let's let everybody have.
We'll let
two.
everyone have a turn.
We'll
and
go
then
back
we
to
can go back.
try to. Go ahead.
I have just more of a comment. I'm listening to what everybody's saying and I'm like, okay, that makes sense, but then that doesn't make sense. And it just seems like, the wastewater treatment plant is a whole other thing, and that has its own separate set of issues. But this building, its age, its condition, we don't really know what condition it's in. So our options are to what? To say, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to invest in this control system, and we're just going to hope that maybe the pipes don't get clogged and cause a flood and something. Oh no, that happened today. I don't know if what you're talking about would have picked up
No.
on something that was happening. That's maybe not a great example, but it seems as though we need something that's going to help us assess what the condition is and what our list of needed upgrades and maintenance and replacements are. And if we don't do this, how are we going to know? I'm just kind of asking the group here. How will we
Well,
know
and obviously
what
the
needs to
building
be
is
done?
operating. It's being heated and cooled.
Right.
So there's an operational level that's happening here. Does that mean it's perfect? No. Wouldn't you rather have a list you could work off of over a period of time than run to failure? Because that's the problem. The problem is running to failure. That's not a good policy. But at the end of the day, as your energy manager, I can look and evaluate your buildings and your facilities. I can look and evaluate at what kind of money is out there, what kind of grant money is available, what are the utilities willing to pay for, what are they not willing to pay for, what can I use this EECGB money for? And then I can recommend to you, look, in my best practices life, through the 7 municipal customers that I have, this is the next step for this building. If you choose not to do it, that's fine. It's up to you. It's your money. But in my best practices life, I think this is the next step for this building because it gives you insight to your building. It will give you a list of, yes, you will find that there's a couple of exhaust fans that aren't running or there's this or that. Is it the end of the world? No, I mean, we're all here. Nobody's terribly uncomfortable. So, but it will tell you that you can plan to address these things.
But it's also saying that through the optimal use, we'll be saving $380 a month. And
That's
they're
right.
able to say that and hope that they would meet that because that's how this pays for the zero interest and this costing us nothing other than the maintenance cost. So John's correct and has a good eye that other cost would have been good to know, the contract cost.
Yeah, and that's not a hard thing to get. We can call any number of 3 or 4 contractors and ask them, but they'll need a scope of work to know what they're maintaining, and they'll give you a price for that. We can get that.
Mr. Radio.
I guess, I got a boiler man that checks my house once a year and an air conditioning man that checks my house once a year. And I don't know why we wouldn't have the same thing for someone here. I don't know why we would need a computer.
That's what this is.
What?
It's a system that monitors and runs your heating and cooling to the maximum performance.
Right. So I understand that part. But the question is, it doesn't guarantee everything works. And what you're saying, it's a way of monitoring. And I'm saying just have somebody come in and check it. That's all I'm saying. And change all the filters and do what needs to be done.
Correct. But what they're saying is the use of this will increase the savings. So after 10 years, hopefully the system would continue to operate. I mean, it's science. So either you're going to believe the math in front of these people who do this for a living or you're not. I don't know how else to say this.
Again, my question to you is, do you have a 3-year history of what it's cost to heat this building?
Not in front of me.
But
It exists.
it did exist.
It does exist.
I mean, I
yes.
have to go get
No, let me ask
36
the question.
bills and add them up. That's how I do it.
So have you done that already?
Not recently. I did it when I first came on board in 21, and I benchmarked your buildings, and I also did it. I updated it in 22. But that's a big, heavy lift. I don't have anywhere to just go get that data. I have to.
And forgive me.
That's what.
Sometimes no deal's a good deal. I see that as this one as being one of those. Sometimes, grants are great, but it's like buying a sweater that's on sale and you never wear it. You didn't get a good deal. And this is the way I'm seeing this here.
I got a couple,
Okay, next.
couple more
Mr.
questions
Hanley,
about the
please.
science. There's a couple of things on where you're calculating the savings. Optional starting will allow the building to go on occupied mode when certain spaces are vacated. Does it use occupant sensors or is it a timer? That also goes along with the.
It's not a timer.
It's not a timer.
That
You
is one
actually
thing I
have-
can tell you.
You have something that detects when someone is in the building.
There are a number of different ways that we manage optimal stop-start with a control system, and I am not a controls mechanical expert.
Okay.
So I can answer it almost in lay terms. Sometimes, and we use these different sensors in many places. Sometimes we measure CO2 levels, and we do it based on CO2. When you have a lot of people in a room, the CO2 level goes up. So if we turn the heat on and the air conditioning on when the CO2 goes up, and we know the room is occupied, that's one way to control it. Sometimes it's based on outside temperature. Sometimes it's based on a schedule. Sometimes it's a combination of those. That's what this control system allows you to do. It allows you to go in there. Your maintenance staff can go into the system and say, oh, this room is going to be occupied on Thursday nights from 6 to 8. Make sure it's conditioned. And then after that, shut it off. Nobody has to remember. Nobody has to chase it down. And that's where the savings come from. It's operating the spaces
That's
properly.
basically a timer.
It is not a timer. It is much more
I have a
complicated than
programmable
that.
thermostat at home and I tell
Yeah,
it when to
but
go
you're
on
not
and when to
measuring
go
the
off.
CO2 in parts per million and
No,
calculating.
I'm not
into-
measuring that, but if
Yeah.
you're using something to say this space is gonna be occupied at this time, that's a timer.
I'm not going to argue
And,
with you.
and also, there's other things in here where it says when the outside air becomes a certain temperature, it's gonna adjust the temperature of the boiler. My boiler does that, and it's just a small sensor that goes outside and wires directly to my boiler. I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying, I don't know if the bang is worth the buck for that extra 500 and change per month for 7.8 years, 508 plus whatever the maintenance agreement is gonna be. I don't know if the bang is worth the buck. I'm so sick of apps. Apps make us lazy. Apps make us not go around and check the thermostats. Apps make us not go around and let's see if this is working. Let's see if this exhaust fan is working. I'm sick of apps. I want no more apps. Okay?
So the only thing I can say about that is, I understand that your experiences with your homes and your boilers, but this is not a home. And it has a substantially more sophisticated HVAC system than your home does. And it needs a substantially more sophisticated control system than your thermostat. Now, you can take that as what you want. Like, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I understand. I'm not going to take it personally. That's been my experience.
It's a bigger system. It's not much more complicated. This is kind of what I do for a living, so I understand where you're coming from. But it's basically just a bigger system, operates exactly the same way, but it's just a bigger system.
I guess
Any
my
other
only other
questions?
question would be, Mr. Sullivan, you've been working together now for a while and you've met. Do you think that this is an important step to take for us? It just be as the person who oversees this building.
I do, because, giving us the information that we need as to how this building is operating. Right now, no one really knows, what needs to be repaired, until something happens, till we find something happens. And the other thing is that I like the idea that we are able to control different rooms. Right now, we turn the air conditioning on, and the whole the building is on like one air conditioning switch. There's no way to monitor each room to make sure that if no one's in there, we're not fully, the air conditioner is not on full. Sometimes you'll come into the council chambers and it's, almost feels like it's below zero in here, and there's no one in the room, but it's because it's attached to all of the other rooms that we have up here in order to keep our employees comfortable. So
This would work in zones?
Well, it's gonna turn, we'd have to put in separate zone baffles. It's HVAC, it's forced air, so you'd have to put in different zones, yes, you'd have to have the system balanced after you put in the different zones. I mean, it's definitely doable. It's just, I don't know if the bang is worth the buck. And without knowing what that additional cost is gonna be on page 4, I'm still not sure if I'm in favor or opposed. If that adds another $100 or another $600, $700 per month, now we're talking $1,500 a month that we repay.
You said it would be doable to get us potential quotes on the service contract after the 1 year?
Yeah, I would suggest, I don't like making policy decisions for you. So I don't like telling you who you need to get your maintenance contracts with
No,
and things
I
of that
said
nature.
quotes.
Yeah, so I would
So like
work
if
with Brian.
somebody could give us 3 quotes so
Yeah.
that these valid questions, because it's an additional cost.
The only problem is you need to, I could send them this quote and say, this is the system, but typically they quote on a system that's in place.
Well, as you can see, we have I rely on John's experience for a lot of my mechanical stuff. I rely on my experience. I was an energy auditor. We did cost savings analysis. This is kind of what you're doing. So there's part of me that says, yeah, the cost savings analysis will be right there.
Right.
Improve the, insulation, improve the maintenance, improve the boiler. Next thing you know, you're saving money.
Possibly, Jones, even if they don't get quotes from contractors, if you could get us what other communities that have done this in similar sized buildings, what they're paying for their maintenance agreements, at least that would give us an idea what that's going to increase this number by.
I can ask George Suarez, who is the person who developed this proposal, to give a shout over to ATC, for example, and ask them. They're a tritium vendor, and they do maintenance all the time. So
Does that sound?
I just have
Oh, please, go right ahead. I didn't know you had.
No worries.
Please.
So I think, been a lot of discussion. Just to sum it up, essentially, this is a project that has a net zero cost to the town for the length of the loan, which is 96 months or 8 years. And then we can expect a savings of about $7,000 per year on our energy bills after that. But because the margins are so tight, we have to make sure that we count every penny and make sure we're nickel and diming so that this stays on a financially sound threshold. My last question on page 8 under installation, it says the removal and disposal of asbestos and toxic material, if present, are the owner's responsibility and should be determined before proceeding with this project. Now, this is an old building, probably might predate asbestos, but there has been renovations over many decades, I'm sure. Do we know at this time if there are asbestos or any other toxic materials in the building that would have to be
no,
removed?
we've not had any asbestos testing done. Typically, controls work doesn't run into that. I run into those problems when you're demoing a boiler room, when you're switching a boiler out, when you're sometimes putting in a heat pump, we have to drill through a floor tile, and that might have asbestos, but not in a controls. And that's really beyond the scope of this contractor.
Mr. Wheeler, we don't have asbestos on this boiler now, do we?
I don't believe on the new boiler. This is only about 10 years.
And it's, the controls are on the front of the boiler. It doesn't involve any actual construction.
Ultimately, this is obviously an old building. It's probably the centerpiece of the towns where all our administration is. It's important, in my opinion, especially for a project that's going to be 2/3 financed by either federal grants or the Rhode Island Energy, that we spend what we need to make sure that this building is sustainable for generations to come. And I do agree with my colleagues that we want to make sure that we are sticking to that because it's such a narrow margin. We want to make sure there's no surprise fees or any costs that come up in the interim. But I'm ready to support this.
So if you could you get us that information?
Yes.
We'll continue this till next month. Is there a motion?
Motion to continue NB, what number?
OB3.
OB3 till the October meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for hiring a woman-owned business to be your energy.
Thank you.
Here you go. OB4, request the town council to approve and authorize the town council president to sign a grant of easement to Narragansett Electric Company for property address 525 Charles Street, Warren, RI. This is continued from the August meeting. It's been brought to my attention. This is the space that is behind and between the property formerly known as the Grange. So those of you who don't know that, it's east of Orchard Avenue. It's where the utility poles are, east of Orchard Avenue into the school.
Well, according to this, it's on Ucole Road, no?
No,
Unless
that's
I'm
the
not
pad.
reading it right.
No, they're looking for
Other
Pia,
side.
the other poles.
Not here?
Yeah, no, this is what they're talking about.
Oh,
here.
okay.
So I'm trying to describe the map in front of you. If it's helpful, maybe my description is.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just ask the solicitor, you've had a chance to review the language here. You're satisfied with it?
It's standard language.
Oh, excellent.
So if you're looking there, Ucole Road, if you look at the other way around, it's Orchard, and then it's that space behind, which would be the Grange, which is town land.
I have a legal question for Tony.
Please.
So this easement runs into perpetuity. So if the town wanted to sell that school,
Will be subject to the easement.
be subject to the easement, why would we give it to them in perpetuity?
That's what they're asking for.
Yeah,
They
and I'm at-
contemplate that the service is gonna be there for a very long time. That's standard.
No, I realize that, but
Well, because we don't want it to, they don't want it to run out while their lines are still under the ground or their poles are still on our land. I imagine if nobody bought electric there, they wouldn't mind taking that stuff
Yeah.
out. but-
If they have to go and fix something anytime, they would have.
They
the
don't want
right
to come
do
in
so.
front of us.
just
every time.
just a question.
So is there a motion?
I'll make
to-
a motion, we approve OB4 to approve the grant the easement to Narragansett Electric for 525 Child Street.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
They still go by that name?
Yeah, they come back to it
Some
now.
do, yes.
Oh, okay.
They come back and forth. I guess it depends on where it is. So next we have discussion and action regarding a compost pilot, and this is from Ms. Cronin. And you have something in front of you here.
Yes.
We have a gentleman.
Hello.
Hello.
Gentleman is John.
Hi, John.
Hi, John. Thanks
Please,
for coming.
Thanks for having me.
please help us understand what you're doing, what the town would do, what everything is that you're about to tell us. Go
Sounds
ahead.
good. And if you have a municipal guide in front of you.
Yes.
So I'm assuming that you've read it and memorized it since Friday.
I have for sure.
All right, so it should
Question
be
on
very
page
easy.
77.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So we're Black Earth Compost. We're a municipal curbside composting company. We pick up residential food scrap from residents, commercial businesses, schools, and transfer stations. And the reason that we're in business is because the landfills are overflowing. The Massachusetts has the most expensive trash tip fee in the country. Rhode Island is fourth. So we pay a lot of money for our trash and to ship it across the country when we could be dealing with a lot of it in-house. We did a waste audit and we found that 47% of what is thrown away is actually compostable at an industrial facility like we have. And all of that translates to money saved on trash tip fees to the landfill. So ideally, we want to use food for its highest waste energy use, which would be feeding animals or feeding people. But a lot of food gets wasted on the farm. But if it does come to people, we don't want it to go to the landfill. We want it to go to compost. So right now, what we do for services is residential, commercial, schools, transfer stations, and then we also build and operate compost sites. The goal down the line is to have more compost sites that are smaller in every little neighborhood, so we don't have to truck as far. Austria is a country the size of Maine. There's 420 compost sites. We have 4 in Massachusetts, and we're the leaders in New England. So for Warren, we're doing a pilot in Bristol, Barrington, Newport, and part of that was they wanted to get weights for tonnage, accurate tonnage. We do estimated tonnage with our portal. And I spoke with Brian, and he said that obviously the town of Warren would want something in exchange to have us operate at the transfer station. So whatever you guys are thinking in terms of pilot or how many of those different categories you'd like to get involved with, we can talk. But one easy way is to get a few bins at a transfer station, and we can offer a 20% discount on 2 bins at the transfer station. And that gets people in the habit of composting. They're bringing their food scraps there for free. It's paid for by the town. It's in the budget. And that also gives traction for residential advertisement. And we do it based off of, we do residential programs based off of land size. So Warren is roughly 6 square miles of land. And we start with 5 households per square mile. That's only 30 households. So usually we'll start with 30 to 50 households. And then Warren has 5,500 households population. So that's hardly anybody. And it's realistic even when the customer is paying to get up to 10% participation. So all of that translates into a huge reduction in trash tip fees for the town.
So now you're saying there's a cost associated. So
Yes.
you don't do this for free because you're taking our product. You want us to pay you to take our product.
That's right.
Interesting
It's
sell
it's a good model.
for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to make the compost. As a business, we make money off of the collection services. So, and the compost is a really high quality product. Every resident that signs up for our service gets 1 bag for free per year. And then we deliver to farms and anybody else who wants compost.
So is the
Mr. Hanley.
cost to the to the person that signs up for it, or who pays you, the town or the person that signs up for it?
Two different services. So if it's bins hosted at the transfer station, it'll be paid for by the town, and the residents can then compost for free. And if there's enough interest in town, we could start a residential curbside program, and that's no cost to the town. Residents pay, but a lot of towns will subsidize the cost of the bins or partial subscription. A lot of towns apply for grants for things like that, and they'll buy X amount of bins and say the next 100 people that sign up get a free bin. And the more people that do it, the cheaper rate that we can offer. So we offer a density discount based off how many people are doing it.
So I gotta admit, I didn't look through this.
It's only been 2 days. It's okay.
We just got this back.
Forgive me.
So can I ask a question?
So, yes, you can ask a question, but go ahead.
Were you at the
Your
convention
question's
for
always-
Rhode Island Cities and Leagues a couple of months ago in Warwick? Because
I
I
don't
think I
think
went
so.
to the seminar. Yeah.
So my question is, what is the bin that you're referring to?
A
That would be
64 gallon toter. So
No,
just
at-
like a trash.
That's what would be at the town yard?
That's right. So two of
Just
those
a-
bins.
Like a recycle, this is.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
There's probably a photo in
You
here.
did it in Little Compton.
Say again?
You did it in Little Compton.
Yeah, so we're in Little Compton, Tiverton. We've
So
got.
what happens is, this is how they start.
Talking to the mic, they can't hear you.
You mind if I get up there?
Sure, come on up.
Sorry to jump in. I have some experience with this. This is how they start. It's not, to me, a good idea to start with the curbside. So what they do is they'll say, you have a transfer station. We'll put the totes over there, and then the town essentially is paying them for this. Hopefully, the rate is lower than what it'd be to cost to haul the stuff out to the central landfill. And then you'd have your residents come in, and if there's a demand for it, then you can start to consider whether or not you do this as part of your curbside pickup. That's a little bit more complicated. But the start is, for the municipal composting, it'd be your residents that want to participate would go to the transfer station, and the town would pay for that service. And your residents that are showing up, they can do it for free. The good business model that these guys have is essentially they're getting paid for the raw material that they then turn into a compost soil that they then sell. So that's what their business model is. What they're trying to do is to create a demand for this, starting small and building bigger. Other communities have done this.
So the size of the bin is like our trash bin?
Correct.
And
Did I get that right?
Yeah.
do you do this with Hope in Maine?
Where is it?
Hope in Maine, it's a food incubator in town.
I'm not sure.
I think they have a composting.
No.
No, they don't.
They don't have a composting.
I don't think so.
It is not, this is, they may do some composting over there. This is different. What they're doing is their main customers are municipalities, correct?
Yes.
Well, all right, I don't have to bring it up because if you're no, then no. That's fine. That's good enough answer to me. I just wasn't sure if you were using them if they were a customer of yours or not. Any other questions?
And Anthony brought it up when he was up there. What's your price per ton to take this stuff away from us?
I'm not sure that we pick up per tote. So the savings comes from the tonnage fees that are coming off.
Well, like
So-
we want to make sure that you're taking it away for at the same or at least less than what we pay to bring it to Johnston.
Right,
So we
right.
would need to know that.
Mhm.
In other words, we don't want to pay extra, but if it's going to be the same or less, that's more palatable to the town.
You want
Right.
to use the scale?
And yes.
Okay. So can I make a suggestion on this?
Wait 1 minute. Wait before the suggestion because I'm confused. I thought you said there was no expense to the town for the municipal. So if we put the bins at the town yard, I thought you said there
We
was.
pay them to take it away, yeah.
So you wouldn't pay anything if you were going to do a residential rollout. And those are tiny little 13-gallon bins that everybody would get, and they can compost from home. We'd pick up that almost has nothing to do with the town unless you wanted to subsidize. What we're suggesting is a few bins at the transfer station. So 2 large totes
Right.
that people can come with their compostable bags, put it in there, and then we replace the bags every pickup. And that is a cost to the town. But we want to offer a discounted price in exchange for using the scale of the transfer
I thought
station.
you said it was free to the town.
Oh, sorry.
Discount.
Discount. Big
Go ahead,
discount.
Mr. DeSisto.
May I make a suggestion? here?
Please.
You know, you got a packet of materials, you got a link. I think that if you want to pursue this, there's two things you can take a look at. The experience of other communities. I'm not sure how many communities you have in Rhode Island have done this, but there are some in neighboring Massachusetts. And also, I think what you need to do is to get a report from the DPW director as to exactly how this would fit in with your existing transfer station operation.
And the cost.
And the cost.
And what you're willing to pay for the scale, use of the scale.
Discount, yeah.
In regards to the discount. So yeah, this is a quick packet, meaning it just came to us today.
Mhm.
The agenda item was there last week, but not this packet. So I'd like a motion, if we could, to continue this.
Absolutely, yeah.
And can you come back next month?
There's a lot of information in that packet.
Can I just ask?
Please, Ms.
and I
Cronin,
think
go right ahead.
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Trombley
then
does too.
Mr. Trombley.
So you have, both Barrington and Bristol have signed up.
Yes. So
And what models have they chosen, or what?
they're doing a pilot program. So they have grant funding, and they're going to try to get residential curbside composting up to 500 people in each town, Bristol and Barrington. And the hope is that once they get that many people, they're going to see a huge reduction in their tip fee, and they can continue to offer a reduction in price of service ongoing. But to put it in perspective, you said the experience of other communities. We have 40,000 residential customers and 900 commercial businesses, and we work with 120 municipalities. So this isn't the first time we've had this conversation. Any questions that you have, we're happy to field. The negotiation comes with what we can offer for a discount on the bins. That's really the meat and potatoes of it.
Mr. Trombley?
Yeah, I think what's going to make or break this is going to be the cost relative to how much the town pays and then how much savings we can expect. If you can bring that to the next meeting, I know that's kind of complicated depending on which package we necessarily go with. But you just mentioned something interesting. So this grant that was used to pay for this program in Bristol and Barrington,
Mhm.
do you know if Warren has access to those grant funds?
I'm not sure.
Do you think we could, well, as part of the motion, Mr. President, ask the solicitor, not the solicitor, excuse me, the manager to reach out to those communities to see how we might be able to finance this through grants?
That was also suggested from Herb Durfee of Barrington to communicate and coordinate this type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, there is probably an opportunity down the line to expand to other Rhode Island municipalities.
Well, that, I was kind of getting to this, seeing as Barrington and Bristol are doing it, and, we're right in
Caught right in the middle.
between.
Yep.
It would seem like this would be an excellent opportunity for us to partner with them and maybe reduce costs all over, or, build a greater group of people who would want to use the service.
Absolutely.
and reduce all of our rates.
Are the compostable bags like plastic?
Yeah, they feel like plastic. They're softer, but they're made of like cornstarch.
So you could have it in your house, just like we're dealing with our regular trash now.
Yeah, they're not as durable. If you
No,
have
but I
liquids.
mean to say, like, a lot of people in the past, when you tried, or I should say, in the past, when I've tried to do it, you have a separate thing, a separate container, the flies start coming around, all of that there. So if you had a separate waste basket at home, with a lid on it, and you're probably going to utilize the same schedule that you're taking your trash in and out.
Mhm.
This way here, you'll have it separate, you tie it in a knot, and it's goes off to you guys. So
Too easy.
And I'll
that's
just add,
helpful.
we have many food-based businesses in Warren that if you want to do just a preliminary survey to see, Hope and Maine was mentioned by the president, which businesses might be interested in signing up for that program. That would be very good information for us to have.
Mhm.
And in addition, we do have many working farms in our community, including the new, this isn't a farm, but we do have the volunteer gardeners' new garden, which, if you're looking for ways to keep it local, so to speak.
Yeah, sure. And that's another offer we could have too, is we have a ton of local farms and communities. We're in the North Shore. And we, in exchange for different services, give them heaps of compost by the truckload.
I guess I would
So-
say the more information you can bring us, the better decision we can make. So,
Definitely.
thank you.
Mr. Rego, do you have a?
I'm just thinking here that I don't see us throwing out that much food. Maybe we eat out too much.
Garbage disposal.
Yeah,
They're
no,
throwing out tons
But
of
again, you have all these people, so it must be.
We are throwing out tons. When you look at
Yeah.
our tip fees.
It's one of our biggest comments is when somebody signs up with us, they say, I can't believe how little trash I have. And for commercial businesses, to put it in perspective, we worked with the Pell School in Newport, and they had 20 bags of trash before they worked with us. Now they have 2 every week.
I know
So
I
it's a
do,
significant-
and I just don't have the patience to separate it.
I compost at home already, so, and I have the space
You have
to
the
do
yard.
it, so I'm in a unique situation. The acceptable, what foodstuffs are not able to go into the compost?
We take everything. So
Everything.
where it's industrial, it gets to a certain temperature. So we could take meat and bones, dairy, all that. To a certain extent, we can't take heaps and heaps of any one ingredient for the feedstock.
What
But-
happens at Thanksgiving?
We take a bunch of squash and turkey carcasses and
You do take a turkey
yeah,
carcass?
for sure,
okay.
absolutely. And that's one of the main benefits of doing this versus composting at your home is the rascals like turkey
Do you-
carcasses. So.
Yeah.
Do you have a PowerPoint that you could present us?
Yep.
And maybe we should have what? Funny guy. I make him laugh all the time. Because I think the more information, I know people out there want and are doing it themselves who have the room. So
Definitely.
we once had a possibility of a center in town and it didn't fly.
Mhm.
For many reasons, it didn't work out. But I know separating food scraps and compostable is becoming a big, a heavy issue because it's going into the landfill.
Mhm.
So the more information you can give us, if you can come back next month, that'd be great. If you could have a presentation for us next month, bigger and better than this, although this is good. I think if you could lay it all out for us and the viewing public, because that is the camera that public gets to watch. And surprisingly, a lot of people do watch it.
Mhm.
So if you are willing to come back next month,
Potentially, yes.
potentially.
It's a 2-hour drive, so I'll
Oh,
give you
oh,
a
wow.
tentative yes.
Gee, does anybody want to let the guy sleep over? That being said, I mean, but it is your business, so sorry about the drive. We can put it in the beginning of the meeting.
No
We can
worries.
actually, no, we can start the
Oh,
meeting
sure.
earlier
Yeah.
For next
because
time,
of
yeah.
that. And we can
That'd
put
be
it
awesome.
at 6 o'clock and we can have an early meeting or at least 7. Start right off with you.
How long would the PowerPoint be? How long do you have a presentation? Have
It
any
depends
idea?
on how much you read in this, but it
Well-
could be quick. It could be 10 minutes. It could be 5 minutes.
I think
whatever
if you
you're
do,
thinking.
15 minutes of the
Yeah.
best information that you can, sell us on it, sell the public on it. And
Yeah,
you
I
said,
don't think we need no 1-hour PowerPoint.
No, but-
10, 15
well, we can do it at the
minutes
beginning
max,
of the meeting. So
Yeah.
like even this evening, I wish I had known you had a 2-hour drive. You would have started off the meeting.
I'll give you a call
So
next time.
there's is there a motion in a
I
second?
think there was a
already?
motion, I think I made.
Let's make a new motion.
I'll make a motion, we continue NB1 till the October town council meeting.
I'll second that with the proviso that the town manager will look into the grant funding that Bristol and Barrington have.
Correct, sounds good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you next month.
See you.
Next, we have a letter from Ashley Souza requesting to change the zoning ordinance, the zoning ordinance use table to allow dog daycare, boarding and training as a permitted use in the manufacturing zone, its zoning district M, or elsewhere in the town as appropriate. So this is a discussion. Hi,
Hi.
good, thank you. How are you? So Anthony, before we start, could you clarify, as you did at the directors meeting, what exactly, because this isn't about asking us for a zone change.
Yeah, it is.
I don't believe it is.
In the use tables, correct, Anthony? That's what they're looking to ask, they're requesting?
Yeah, what you need to do is to get the correct change to the use table on this. I think that the purpose of this letter is to ascertain whether or not there is interest in doing so. And if there is, then I think what you have to do is have a formal petition for this with the change to the relevant section of the use tables, with the section and all that, to go forward to allow this. So this is step one.
Is it, we do have a category for this in the zoning ordinance, correct?
No.
We don't. So we
No.
would actually have to create that category.
That's
and then
correct,
decide
yes.
If we want permitted use, special use.
Correct.
Yes.
So what happened is on the use table, you would have to put in a new use category, doggy daycare, and then you'd have to, have the use table reflect that as to where, if at all, it would be permitted, or if it would be permitted by a special use permit, and whether or not it'd be not permitted in relevant zones. The letter indicates that this would be in the manufacturing zone. And that means the entire manufacturing zone.
I would.
Well, you want
Go
to hear?
ahead. Well, I
Go
know-
ahead, continue. I didn't know what you
I
were saying.
understand exactly what's going on, and maybe I should wait till they explain it, because I already know the whole process and everything, because it's what I do. But I just want to say that I would be possibly open to having this as a special use permit. I would never be in favor of making it by right in any zone. Just because the special use permit allows you to have a little bit of control over things. You can set distances from residential properties. You can set this, you can set that, you can set number of dogs, you can set this. But if you do it by right, then they just get to come in and do it however they want. So I would be possibly in favor, but as a special use permit, not a permitted by
Okay,
right.
see, that's one of the things. This is a request to consider this, but that's one of the issues you need to consider. First, whether or not you want to create this new use category. That's number one. Number two, where it would be located. Number three, as I said, as you just said, whether it's a permitted use by right, or whether it would be a special use permit. These are terms of technical terms for the zoning ordinance.
So,
Sorry.
thank you. Let's hear from the applicant. And then, John, I'm sure you'll help us with anything else we need. I'll try.
Good evening, members of Town
Good
Council.
evening.
I'm Ashley Souza, and I'm a Warrant resident, founder of Royal Fluff, and the director of Altruistic Dog Rescue. For over a decade, I've operated safe, humane dog programs that prioritize welfare and community standards. Today, I'm here asking for support on an ordinance change to permit a modern indoor enrichment-based dog daycare boarding facility at 130 Franklin Street, which is within the manufacturing district. Thank you.
I believe that's the storage building, correct?
It is,
Yep.
yes. It's quite far away from any homes. There's, I know that we're talking about the whole ordinance, so there's more to consider here, but it's a cinder block building. We've taken into consideration noise and cleanliness of the facility, of course.
Right, but we can't spot zone, so we
Right.
can't create
I understand.
just the use for you in that one building. So as Mr. Hanley was referring to, if we were to make a permitted use or no, new category.
Correct.
Can you explain it again?
Yes, the way the use tables work is down one side you have the use. We don't have a listing for dog daycare. So we would create that. And across the top, you have all of your different zones in town, residential, commercial, manufacturing. And where the two come together, you put a letter.
We have rural business.
N is not permitted, P is permitted, and S is special use permit. So if we create the category, we would have to decide what zones we want it to be in and by what process, whether it's just straight, yes, you can do it, or S, special use permit, where we get to put in certain conditions that have to be met, and they would have to go to the zoning board to get that special use permit. It's easier to get a special use, a use variance is supposed to be extremely difficult to get, because you're supposed to show that you will lose all value or use of that property if you don't get it. So that's why a use variance is so hard to get. But if we made it a special use permit, then they would just need to meet these certain requirements, and then they would be allowed to do it after they got the permit from the board. So we would be creating that new category and then determining which zones we either never want it or we want it as a special use permit, or we want them to just be able to do it without restriction.
So if any of you looked at the cannabis request that had that chart?
Mhm.
Yes.
May
So-
I'm sorry.
Yes,
So that's
you-
okay. I was just going to say, I mean, in theory and in spirit, I think it is the type of business that would be an asset and to the community. I think it is definitely the type of business that members of the community want. But our decision has to be based on what gives us the most ability to, how we make the best decisions for the community and don't allow for, protect the quality of life and allow for good economic development. So
this is what the chart would look
yeah,
like.
yeah. So
You've seen
as
this, Mr.
Mr.
Trombley?
Hanley explained it, if we added this as an option and then chose manufacturing districts, what are our manufacturing districts? So what?
Well, manufacturing district does run straight down Child Street.
Yeah, it's an eclectic mix. I mean, it's.
And the problem is, this may make sense where you're at, but it might not make sense.
So the
So the special use, yeah,
Correct.
makes the most
And
sense.
you know, it is kind of spot zoning, but at least we have control of it.
No, not really. It's not, we're not
spot.
changing the
It's
zone,
not.
we're just putting a use in there. And then, like I said, the requirements you put must be a minimum of 600 feet away from a residential property. You could put those type of requirements in there to protect.
The
certain
So,
things.
Mr. Assistant, Mr. Trombley, please.
No, I think you were going to ask the same thing I was going to ask.
I don't know. Go right
Okay.
ahead.
So I just want to say, I think John's knocking it out of the park with all the explanation on that. Very clear, very concise. Thank you for that. In addition, my concern would be, I support special use in manufacturing zones. But I'm wondering, Mr. Sisto, would it be proper in that ordinance that we would potentially create to include, because when you're dealing with live animals, there's sound, but there's also smell, and there's also the number that you have sort of cohabitating together.
Yes.
Would it be appropriate for us to put limits to some degree, like a cap on how many animals are you anticipating?
Around 40.
Around 40. So like some sort of cap on the number of total animals one business could have at any one time. And potentially part of the special use permit would have to be showing that smell, sound would be contained. Would that be appropriate in an ordinance such as that, or inappropriate?
Well, you already have that. Well, you already have that in certain ordinances relating to the keeping of animals, like your kennel ordinance.
Okay.
On this is a different use than that, though. So yes, you could. And also, as John had pointed out, when you have a special use permit, you can place conditions on it, and that comes down to the discretion of the zoning board as to what they think is appropriate for the particular application before them.
May I say that I spoke with the state veterinarian yesterday, and he told me that the state looks at dog daycare exactly the same as it does dog boarding. And many other cities do have it allowable in their manufacturing zones.
Do you know which towns?
I know Bristol does, and East Providence, also Warwick.
Pawtucket.
And Pawtucket?
It's allowed by right.
Interesting.
So will you
Bristol
be-
is allowed by right as well.
Interesting.
So will you be housing animals overnight?
Yes, we'd have a boarding facility.
So it is a kennel.
Yeah,
But-
we do dog daycare during the day, training, very fun stuff. And then also, yes, we would hold people's pets when they're on vacation.
That kind of kicks in a problem, because our kennel license is limited to a number of dogs, correct?
That's a dog with another bone.
I was waiting for.
So,
What are you
may
doing?
not be a killer, so our kennel license is for hobby and
Yeah,
for
that would-
breeding.
Yeah, that would have to be overhauled, because the kennel license here is very narrow and specific. You're correct. So, it seems to me then the proposal would be for a boarding thing would have to be included into it. It's not just doggy daycare. It's the contemplation is more than that.
That's where you stop.
Well, I frankly wasn't prepared for that. I mean, that's a whole different thing.
We do have a boarding facility here in Warren called Heart and Paw.
Interesting, because I didn't want to like walk you right into you're violating the town ordinance, but you did. So that being said, because I'm trying to read this and I'm not the best in not the smartest guy, and you say that you're a dog business, it's locally owned daycare in town. So we don't. What is it that you do in town?
No, I created an LLC and I rented this. I rented this space. I'm not running it. Heart and Paw is a completely different business owned by somebody else.
In Warren.
Yes, it's owned by Harbor Animal Hospital.
That's one on Market Street.
I know.
Okay,
So how does that fall
That's
in?
probably-
So a
that's legal
veterinary
non-conforming.
hospital
Yeah.
is permitted by special use permit in certain zones, and I'm pretty sure that the Harbor Animal Hospital did indeed get a special use permit to operate at the site that they're
So
at.
it's the same but different.
Is this-
It's
this is-
because of it being a
Is
hospital.
this the vet across from Farrell's, where Farrell's Animal?
No,
used to be?
No.
this is across from
Next day.
the bait shop.
Okay, and you know
One
what?
that
With
came
the
in-
rowboat as the
Yeah,
sign.
they came in and they said
Yeah, I
they were
remember
willing
them.
to listen
Yep.
to us about letting us house our animals there, and then we gave it to them, and they immediately said, "Oh well, you know."
An animal shelter is
You said we'd think about it, and they thought about it, and boom, they didn't help us at all.
Yeah,
No,
an
I will
animal-
help you.
We need a lot of help.
An animal shelter is also permitted by special use permit in 3 different zones. I don't know what that is. I'd have to leave that up to Matt.
So this is manufacturing.
Correct, and this is it's actually a daycare and she's looking for daycare and boarding, so we would actually have to redo the zoning ordinance, and we would have to probably trick around with that kennel license, or is that
Correct,
kennel
yes.
strictly breeding?
The kennel's strictly
Strictly
breeding.
for breeding.
Okay, so if they're not breeding, then maybe we don't have to tweak the kennel license.
That's correct, but you'd have to create a use category for
Correct.
the overnight boarding of dogs.
So Mr. Trombley was wrong in guessing that I was going to ask that question, because what I was going to ask is, what is our next step here? So you did come and you petitioned us well, and we narrowed it down with John's help. I think we're looking for a creation of the.
Correct,
of the-
well, if it's not, I don't know if the.
We're not looking for the creation of the.
We would have to, I think the next thing we would have to do would be to authorize the solicitor to draft changes to the use tables.
That's what I meant.
Right, if that's the way, if that's the
If that's
consensus,
what-
that's the way we want to go. Yeah.
If you don't want to let sleeping dogs lie.
You just can't get over that bone, can you, Tony?
So.
Can I just ask one question?
Yes, you can.
So usually at a boarding house, people, it's where their homes are and they have the animals outside. In this situation where you're having a manufacturing building, would you have people sleep there overnight to monitor it?
So some facilities do have that and some do not. It's all about the animal wellness. So we will have somebody there until about 10 p.m. and then the dogs are tired, so they want to go to bed, and we will monitor them from our homes with cameras.
Yeah.
All right, so the next step would be to put this down for.
Let me just try this. I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. In all seriousness, so I'm not entirely sure what this proposal is. You know, perhaps it'd be better if the applicant consulted with a lawyer on her own to come up with a proposal over here. for this,
But I
because
mean,
I'm
I don't-
flying blind a little bit.
Well, I would be comfortable at this point, possibly approving it as a special use permit in a manufacturing zone with limits. In other words, we could go square foot per occupant, for lack of a better term. If, you must have at least 500 square foot per animal, so we could limit the number
Well,
of
are we
animals.
just going to
that way.
guess now, or do we want to use?
Well, no,
some
I
math?
mean,
I was saying put it for next month is where I was going.
okay.
Put it for next month, have enough supporting information. Mr. DeSisto can check it all out.
Look at other communities, how they treat it with their special use
And
permit.
if
Yeah.
you want to, it's totally up to you, but if you would want to retain an attorney, might be helpful. Probably an additional cost, but
No, they work for free. That was my one-liner.
That's great. Good
You
one.
guys aren't violating wage laws here.
I'm asking for some advice on where we should go from here because I remember our discussion. We probably weren't going to be able to do this tonight, and we're not. So how do we help this nice young lady, who I can tell by her expression is very involved in this topic?
Well, one way or another, we can come up with some language to consider. And if it's something that the council feels that it can go with, your next bet at the October meeting would be to refer it to the planning board for a recommendation, set it down, for advertising. Public hearing would be in November.
Is that a killer? Yeah? I mean, please feel, if you have her permission.
This is my husband,
Okay.
Andrew.
I would just respectfully ask to maybe expedite. I mean, we're cash flowing this out of our pocket. So expedition, I understand there's processes and red tape and things to put into perspective,
Well,
but
it's
we're paying,
legalities.
we're paying, we're correct, but we're paying rent on an empty facility.
I want to make sure that, I set your expectations correctly. This can't be expedited. This is all governed by state law.
Sure.
We have to have the language, which we didn't get, okay?
Sure.
It has to be advertised. There has to be a public hearing. This is a significant thing.
Right.
So it can't be expedited. The earliest you're looking at is November. I'll do the best I can. But, I'm flying a little bit blind here.
So would it
But-
be helpful if I tried to retain my attorney and get language for you?
It'd probably be helpful. I don't want it to be that, we get into October, I think I know what you're doing. You say, this isn't what I want. These guys can't sink their teeth into it. We
Yeah.
go from there.
Okay.
That's the difficulty.
I mean, to help a little bit with your anxiety, it probably may not come across this helpful. Coming here first
Sure.
would have been financially your best bet
Makes sense.
because then you would have only been going through our process.
Sure.
Maybe you'd like to talk to your landlord and bring that up and say, hey, we're over here trying to do this and you knew what we were trying to do when we paid rent. If they did know, because in a way, the onus can, in my opinion, be on them that they rented something to you that you were unable to do. So if they knew your intention was a doggy daycare, maybe you have a little bit of latitude there to say, help us out with the rent.
I think there's a path forward. So,
I will say that I did go, I don't know if you read my letter, I did go to the town before signing the lease, and I was told that it was allowed in the manufacturing district before signing my lease, and that was misinformation with no fault to the
Who
town.
told you that?
I don't remember her name, but I have discussed it with Matt.
in July.
There was a mistake made? Please?
I mean, I don't know if we don't need to add the dirty laundry. It's not gonna speed up the process or slow it down. I don't know if we need to get
Don't
into
you
this.
feel bad about the fact?
I do.
Yeah, so Matt Cabral, building and zoning official. The mistake was that there was a daycare, a children's daycare at this facility. So it was presented as a daycare. So it was saying, yes, a daycare could be there. It wasn't understood that it was a dog daycare. So we did speak, we addressed the issue, and that's why we're here now.
Okay. And you do have the option, which may be faster. I don't know if you will get it. You can get in front of the zoning board for a use variance faster than you can get back to us and get this all changed. I don't know if it would be successful or not, but that is an option that you could take.
Mr. DeSisto, do you?
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but that is an option that's available.
If it's any consolation, I think you have the positive, you have goodwill from the council. I think it feels like we're all sort of in.
We'll work it out. We'll work
Yeah,
together to make it
yeah.
work.
I hope so.
Yeah,
So
I think so. I think she's right when she says that.
again, help me clarity on what it is exactly we're asking.
Yeah,
us.
one way or another, you're gonna have language to take a look at next month.
So this is a.
As long as it's
Just make a
acceptable to
motion to
them, and it's
continue the whole
acceptable to
thing.
you,
That's what I'm.
you can move it out for a public hearing in November.
I'll make a motion to continue NB2 for action and discussion on potential changes to the zoning ordinance.
Second.
Continue to the October meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
So, well, never mind.
Okay. Next, we have NB3 discussion and action authorizing the town council president to sign an easement for the town. We already did that one, didn't we?
No, this is
Oh, it's a
another
new
one.
one. Narragansett Electric Company to install, construct, reconstruct, repair, replace, add to maintain and operate an overhead distribution system for the distribution of electric current, which distribution system includes one pole, Plat 5, Lot 20, 81 Schoolhouse Road.
This is the one where, I think this is on the corner across from the old school administration building.
No, Mr. Wheeler?
This is the community garden, John.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have discussion and action regarding the proposal for the installation of the walking meditation labyrinth. Mr. and Mrs. Flanagan.
Hi.
Hello.
So, for folks in the audience, I have some of these cards on the table. They have a QR code that has a copy of the proposal that the council received. So Tom and I are working on a project. A larger program that we're working on is to address anxiety in the community. Blue Skies RI is to help us recognize that we all struggle with anxiety, some of us profoundly, and to provide therapies that are not necessarily having to go to a doctor or take a medication, because not everyone has access to doctors or medication. Many of the alternative and complementary therapies that we are recommending are free to the user. Some of the best things for anxiety is meditation. It's really hard for me to meditate. Another great thing for working through anxiety is walking. Sometimes, though, we need to define space and time in which to meditate. A walking meditation labyrinth combines those actions. As we walk, we become grounded in the moment. We experience the here and now. The labyrinth can be a tool for helping people manage their anxiety, also connecting with nature, connecting with their surroundings. We're proposing to bring a labyrinth to the beach initially. The cost would be zero to the town to construct. We will reach out to local businesses to support it. We will do a GoFundMe. We'll look for individual donors. And so all the materials will be privately funded, volunteer construction. We're proposing to do it at the beach between the playground and the bulkhead for the water. It would be about 60 feet across. The actual pattern that we're proposing is shown. The specific design of the labyrinth is conducive to also having kids in it. Kids love to run through labyrinths. People want to walk through them, don't want the kids running back out where they're walking in. So this one has a separate way out, which is unusual for most labyrinths, but works well where there's lots of kids who want to use the labyrinth as well. If this is successful, we would then come back for future proposals at other locations in town that are more nature-oriented, perhaps near the middle school or perhaps across from the community garden.
Yes, Mr. Chomley, please.
This isn't the first time you've done this. You've done this before in town, correct?
We have done, we have a demonstration project right now, right across the way here, which is in the parking lot for Thrive Behavioral Health, East Bay Community Action, East Bay Recovery Center. So that's there now if you want to walk it. This is in a parking lot, and parking lots are not as much fun. And it's a much more public location.
Sorry.
And then this specific location, we did a pop-up one on World Labyrinth Day on May 3rd. And the photograph in the here, which is also this photograph here.
I guess what I'm asking is what you've already done there, you're just moving and doing it in these other places as well.
This is a larger version of the photograph that's in.
Okay, yeah.
Well, this one here is done in like chalk or paint.
This one was painted and it was gone in a week.
Yeah, so this one
And this one would also be paint and
No,
chalk?
this is permanent.
This is permanent.
Brick or cobblestone.
Okay.
So how would that impact maintaining that area as far as
So.
Cutting the grass.
Cutting the grass.
It's below the surface, it's at the soil level or just below the soil level. So, mowers can go right over it. If you go behind the white church in Barrington, there is a labyrinth there that is done with bricks. We would look at either bricks or cobbles. We haven't specified that yet. Bricks, we would be able to do like a naming program so that people wanted to buy a brick and have their name on it. Cobbles, I like the aesthetic of cobbles, but this is open for specifics as we get into it.
My only concern is mixed use. I would much rather have it in like the other locations where, like what I'm saying is like you're there and I don't see how it can be easily mixed with other use. It's going to be there. It's going to kind of be the use of that location once it's there. Because like I was hoping to continue the boat. Like right now we have boat storage, dinghy storage down the north end of the beach. I was hoping to actually try to bring in the Councilwoman, Vice President Cronin and I were down the beach. And I think we should be able to have the boat storage on the south side. And I also think we should just be able to launch the non-motorized craft, like say 10 feet from the wall. I think a policy like that would just immediately solve a lot of problems. We have vacancies and we have storage without accessibility, the way they're going, this and that. So a different discussion. The reason it's kind of point.
I don't think the uses are incompatible. I mean, okay.
It's also reversible. Essentially, we're going to be digging small trenches to put stones in where the paint would ordinarily be on the line. Those can be removed. So it can accommodate flexibility in the future. The real idea behind why Blue Skies wants to do this is to create awareness within the community and to create a sense of community ownership of something. And in fact, they're different designs. What we've learned from the first design is that if the turns are too abrupt, people who have walking difficulties have problems with it. The designs that Jenny is talking about are 3 different types of labyrinths. Some of them are 8,000 years old. And the idea is to put them out as an experience. If the town decided to move any of these labyrinths at any time, it's something we would come on board with to help find a new home for it. So the idea is to get the community involved in creating the placement of the stones in the pattern that creates the labyrinth. When the labyrinth is in the ground, people walk across it without sometimes really being fully aware that they're there. So signage is important in order to tell people what this is about. The visibility is very important, and this is the highly visible site, so it makes it a very attractive site. If in fact other uses come online that are preferred, then I think that's something we could certainly put ourselves on the line to do something about.
And the only thing that would be visible, if you're not standing right on top of it, would be a small sign like you have out in front, the historic marker, explaining the Labyrinth project, acknowledging the town and the donors, and giving some information about things that you can do, a little instruction like something like this, how to walk a labyrinth, that type of thing.
I kind of like the idea of
I don't see a
the
downside
beach.
to it.
I would be more likely to go to the beach by the water and enjoy this more than the other spots that you have pointed out. That's not to say the other spots aren't great locations, but to me the beach would be. For me.
I don't think to your comment about us looking at that space, I don't think this would conflict with it or prevent.
It might complement.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Flanagan said, if walking across it
Yeah,
isn't a problem.
No, it's not.
Then
It's easy enough to walk and
I
carry.
mean, it's not like sacrilegious or, detrimental
No,
or whatever.
no.
Step on a crack.
Right? I mean, I don't know. I was kind of looking at it
Yeah.
as, its intended use.
I'm looking at it, I'm saying, what keeps you from just stepping over the line and get to the middle faster?
That happens with some regularity.
Or to get out faster.
People use this in different ways. And in fact, the idea of having different locations are because you can put very different types of walking patterns. And that can encourage someone to say, well, I wonder what this would feel like. What we're creating are rituals for people who are dealing with grief, loneliness, or anxiety to have a feeling of, let's take a walk that isn't going to take a long time. You've got some sort of a time limit to it. Labyrinths are used clinically for certain types of psychological practices where the intention is to get a patient to focus on something long enough to really think about it. And that's why while you're walking a certain span, that's fine. But in truth, many labyrinths are fashioned after a labyrinth in France. It's very famous, and it's like a Fabergé egg of well-positioned brick surfaces. It's not easy to walk on. It's very much a penance of sorts, or pilgrimage of sorts. The labyrinth that Jenny designed and placed where it is engaging for kids as well, because they can run through it and come out another way. It's still one path through, but they don't have to turn around and come back again, which is the very common, familiar labyrinth. So in fact, Warren has an opportunity to showcase 3 different varieties of ways in which people can have rituals to deal with healthcare. It touches on the artistic traditions of the town, the healthcare traditions of the town, and there is a sense of spiritual dimension to it as well, not in the religious denominational sense, but in the sense of being part of something larger. So in a way, Warren has an opportunity to showcase itself as the smallest town with the biggest heart in terms of caring for its citizens.
I have no problem with this. I'm sorry, did you have something else?
No, I was going to say I'm very much in support of this and would support a motion to approve this. I don't know what we would need to do to move it forward.
I would just make sure that it's under the direction or under the supervision of the DPW director. Just see what's going on. Yeah.
And does the recreation director have anything she'd like to add to this?
No.
Please come forward. I was thinking if paint would be a first step, you just paint it, see how that goes, till the grass
You
grows.
need to be refreshed every week or so to do that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we can do that.
So she met with, they met with us on, actually, I think it was before summer now. And so the rec department thought that the beach was actually a great place to start this, this project. And so we are in agreement. I did talk to Brian about maintenance because we explained that is our biggest concern, is being able to maintain the area with limited resources. So I think that they took that into consideration with their plans, and so we're good with the beach.
Okay. Well, then I think you've heard a straw poll here.
I'll
I
make a
know the
motion
direction this
to-
is going.
You need a motion to go forward? Is that what we're looking for?
I think Mr. Trombley's making one.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to, under the direction of the DPW director, to install these, what are they called, sorry?
Walking meditation labyrinth.
The labyrinths in the 4 locations that
Well,
have been.
we're just
We're
asking for
starting
one
one
right
right
now.
now.
Sorry,
Starting one.
there was a list of 4, that's why, I'm
Right,
sorry.
we-
And the
so
one
it-
location in the
Wait,
first.
before you finish, the DPW director is just oversight. They're saying that this is gonna be, we're not building it, you are, volunteers are doing it,
Correct.
we're not. So
Got it, thank you for the clarification.
DPW oversight is fine. And so if you, knowing that.
As far
why
as
don't we
my
redo a
motion, I know it's kind of funky, but essentially permitting the Flanagans to install this under the supervision with the-
Yes.
of the DPW director at
At the
Birch Hill
beach.
Park. At the beach, yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good luck.
Let me
Thank
know
you
when you
very
have a fundraiser. Let me know when you have a fundraiser.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Next, moving on, we have discussion and action regarding replacement and repair of the sidewalks on Medicum Avenue. I brought this up last month. Kickamute Road and Market Street, which are not ADA compliant. Did we get any word back from the state?
I don't think you brought it up last month, Jim.
I didn't bring this up last month. We
No,
didn't talk about this.
we talked about it. You said you were gonna put it on the agenda.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
This has been
It's
so
gonna get worse.
ongoing in town for 20 years. We've been asking this. I'm sorry. I thought it was just a continuation. So, Mr. Sullivan, the sidewalks on Medicum Avenue, Kickamute Road, and Market Street, number one, they're almost impassable. And I mean, number one, they're impassable ADA. Number two, they're almost impassable with walking. It's a dirt path, some of it. The other section has, I don't know, they may have repaired the dented guardrail, but are you familiar with the area I'm talking about? It's around Arlington Avenue and Kikemewett. And so I'd like a letter, hopefully the council will support, a letter to the state.
So
Mr. Rego.
Two things. I think what opened up the discussion, we were talking about the repavement on 136.
Yes.
And how they repaved it, but yet they left the sidewalks in,
And did ADA
yeah, they
accessibility
right.
at each road intersection, but the sidewalk that's there is a band of asphalt, which is.
So I kind of suggested that we should send a letter that either they fix it or they tape it off, because I don't think it's passable. I think it's a liability.
And Mr. Wheeler will tell us that there is indeed a sidewalk on the west side of Market Street and Kikemewett, correct?
No, let's talk about in front of Fatima there, that area.
That's what we're talking about. There is a sidewalk there. And the state came down and they did each side of each road or driveway with concrete and the ADA accessible blind spot recognition. But it's to me, it's a bit of a mockery.
So is it possible that we can send them a letter and also schedule an appointment for us to meet with them?
Well, that's what we can ask.
Can we do that? I'd like to, myself with Joe
And I think we should ask our state representatives and senators if they'd like to be a part of that as well.
Yeah.
If I may make
Please.
a suggestion, it's RIDOT, so I think that's where the letter should go.
Yes.
Yeah.
And CCR representatives.
CCR representatives.
And Mr. DeSisto, as you know, I was sued, or the town was sued, and we got through that suit. But the gentleman made very valid points about the ADA lack of compliance. If you could dig up that language, maybe help with the clerk's office, because I remember there was an actual positive response that came from the state telling us that all of those areas that were pointed out were indeed not ADA compliant.
We were, actually, you did get sued personally on that, but we were successful in that lawsuit.
Correct, but the other aspect, the ADA compliance, was a separate issue. And it just went nowhere. You remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Mr. Silva brought all those, I mean, he had a horrible delivery, but for years now, I've looked at those roads have gone nowhere. And I always hoped on the aspect that they were going to do it. When the project finally came, as Mr. Rego points out, they redid the road. They cut out the rest of the project that actually goes to Belcher's Cove and finishes Market Street, and the sidewalks aren't included.
You know, yesterday I was talking to Jim Speakman, and they were talking about, have any ideas for legislation? And one of the things I brought up is when the state does a project like that, they should be looking at it and say, hey, this isn't complete.
Yeah, in totality.
Just like we have a crosswalk here on Market Street where they spent $100,000 on signs and there's trees covering up. You would think if you're a homeowner doing a DIY, you'd look back and say, maybe I should trim the tree. Right. Some of this stuff is common sense, but.
All right, let's
maybe,
keep the meeting till under 11 o'clock. So we're all saying the same thing. Let's send off that letter and
schedule a meeting.
Schedule a meeting.
Do you need a motion for that?
Please.
I'll make a motion to send a letter to RIDOT CCing our elected officials regarding the sidewalks mentioned in
NB5.
NB5.
No.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Rego, discussion and action on the town manager provide a monthly status report for the town council directive motions with a start date of December 12th, 2024.
I just happened to put December 12th because that's when I started. And every month I try to put a couple of things that need addressing. And it's not a reflection on Brian. I think in general, sometimes we get sidetracked and we forget what needs to be done. And I think that if on a monthly basis, we have a report on a status, if somebody asks me, hey, what's happening with this? It'll be a way for us to address it and just get it done.
On which,
the signs for the
what do you want to limit it to?
Just directions that we give to the manager that.
You want a list of directives given at council meetings?
Yeah, that's all.
Is there a motion? Is
That
that
was
in the
my
form of a
motion.
motion?
That's form of
Is
motion.
there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have discussion and action on upkeep of the town's tennis courts, roller rink, and beach seawall. Mr. Rego.
So the other day I went by J Mills Park and I was amazed at the wonderful job the town workers, Nate, Dennis, is it Nate Dennis? Denise. Oh my God, I've never seen that place look so good in my life. And David Bruley, and I went up to him and I complimented and he says, Mr. Rego, this is my town. I care about my town. I want it to look good. And I was so impressed with the work that those guys did. But then I went and I was looking at the basketball courts and they were in kind of disrepair, weeds, cracks. And then I went to the roller rink and I noticed some cracks. And then also the tennis court at the Versal Park. I would like to make a motion for the recreation department to look into just get a cost to remedy those little cracks before they get bigger and to get back to us next month.
Next month? Or
Next
to get
month.
back to us? She's gonna, we limited her hours and all the things she does, and it's not gonna get done, even if they told us it was $500.
That's negative thinking.
No, it's
If you don't
not.
get back to us next month, it'll be okay.
How is it negative thinking
That was funny.
going into November? I
So,
mean,
no,
October.
pricing, that's fine. I am gonna have pricing on the seawall. We met down at the beach. I met Peter Mayhew down at the beach yesterday. The manager and Matt were there with me. He's gonna get us some pricing for that. So I may have that for you next month. As for the tennis courts, I can try to get pricing, but it's actually the vendor that may make that more difficult.
Okay, budget time's right around the corner, and if it's that big that it needs to be put on the budget, it's time to address these things.
I'd also mention, or my colleague, that because winter season is approaching, that type of work really can't be done December, January. So it might be worth it to extend that period out, maybe go to an open bid process to see what we can do for the repairs. Not on the seawall, but on like the basketball courts and.
Well, the seawall too.
Seawall, well, if we don't do
Well,
that.
I don't know how
ASAP, we're
bad
gonna get
the
more damage.
seawall
The
is.
waves are
So
gonna come in there.
I did give you guys pictures
I
of
mean,
the
yeah.
seawall.
I mean, the waves will get in
Um,
there and erode it more.
Can I ask a quick question on this?
Wait, we're gonna stick to the topic. It's not on this one.
It is
It
on.
is on that.
That's
The
part of it.
seawall is, I'm sorry. I thought we were gonna stick to the roller.
I'll accept your apology, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
So the seawall, when I went down there, I looked at it. There's a block that fell down.
Correct.
Isn't it a matter of putting the black block back up and then screwing it into the other block, or is it a matter of taking everything apart?
No,
So Peter Mayhew had stated that it would not be a good idea to put that block back in. It would have to be, he had some suggestions. But again, that is not my area, and so I would
just a
refer to
question.
the professionals, and I will get you pricing next month.
Okay.
Yeah.
The easiest way to fix that is drill some pins into the existing that's still there, form it up and fill it with concrete.
Okay.
Done.
All right.
Okay.
The concern I'd have with the seawall is just we get the winter storms with rip currents and everything. So trying to get that done in a timely manner is critical. The other stuff I think can wait until the spring.
I think we should be looking at a reduction in our facilities. So I think included in all of this, when the time comes, overall would be a total spent in the past 10 years, if you could, because we've redone the rink, no, not the rink, the tennis court and the basketball court. I think we've redone them within the past 10 years. We didn't?
I think we
Okay.
did Burris Hill.
Was it Burris Hill we did? I know we did something in the past 10 years.
I would like to preserve it because me and Tony will be playing pickleball soon. So let's try to preserve everything we can.
I thought we had redone that one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Rego, is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. NB8,
We did.
we did. NB9, discussion and action regarding planting trees at Burrs Hill Park. Ms. Thibodeau, I remember it was the last day of the park. Please come down. I remember it was the last day of park when we went there that day. And there was like music going on and everything. I think I asked somebody once if you were around, and they were like, "Oh yeah, she's over there." And so that's why we didn't call you down. But you're not excluded because you just didn't take the walk. Right. And the music was blaring and the kids were dancing, and it was the last day of park. Yeah, over there. And Mr. Wheeler wasn't here that day, but Mr. Almeida was. Yeah, for the record. So for those of you who may not know this, and for those of you who may, we've started to look at the idea and of possibly planting in this area. And it, as you can see, it would, so this is the area, the old baseball field. And this would keep a wide open area in front of the hills. And it would also put some trees up on top of the hill. And we have a donor. And if we're going to move forward with this after tonight, I'll call her up and we'll ask her if she wants it public. And I think the day we were there, I can tell you that every tree, no matter the location, even behind the old backstop and areas, there were blankets and there were kids. And I think foresting this area would just be great for the future. Right now, it's not going to do much for us, but the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. Mr. DeSisto was part of this, and for those who don't know, his family owned Princess Hill Nursery, and it was actually quite interesting to listen to these two go back and forth on the experience they both have. And surprisingly, Mr. DeSisto has deep roots in the issue. So please feel free to start.
Great. I know it's a long night.
No.
I just got back from California. I was working on the fires of the Palisades
Oh, God.
as an arborist. So it was quite interesting, and I tried to work as much. I had the big map, but I felt to put it on the little map, you could kind of, this is preliminary.
Yep.
But I really want to get going on this if we're going to plant, because planting season is great for trees in October, November, because they get rain and snow all winter, and their root system gets established. So when the next season comes and it's drought, they have a much better chance.
And let me just give again, we invited the tree commission, was it 2 months ago, 3 months ago, maybe, to come up with an idea, to come up with a plan. We also asked for someone, although the pay wasn't great, we asked for free if somebody could draw up a plan for us, and that didn't happen. So there may be someone saying, why isn't this coming from the tree commission? Why isn't this coming from somebody else? Well, I'm in a position now to where I wanted to just take action on this and bring it forward to us. They're an advisory board to the council, and if they're, I'm not excluding them, and if we have any input from them from this point on, God bless them. So go ahead. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. I'm Matt Largest. If you don't know me here, the town tree warden, very proud to be part of Warren. I've enjoyed it. This would be the first arboretum in the town. It's an historic arboretum. Is a collection of trees, museum of trees. My idea on Birds Hill, which is a very historic place, Native American site, looking for volunteers and residents. I've already got quite a few on the docket that would like to help. A new lawyer just moved in right next to the park. His little boy was there. His girl's 1, and he wants to get behind it. So I think there'll be a lot of interest. I think if we work as a community, I was thinking of starting in October, mid-October, the 18th on Saturdays, and have a work party. We all get together and plant trees. And I own a Largest Forestry, so I have a lot of equipment. I have tree spade equipment and things like that. So I'd love to keep working with you. I know it's a long night tonight, but I'm very proud to be part of the idea of an arboretum in Warren. And that park, I've been there a lot this week when I got back from California. It's so used and so loved. People are there all the time, and it's a very, very cool place. And I think these trees are going to add a lot. Whoever gets this can look at the list. I have a lot of experience planting trees. So I want to put up native trees, New England state trees. We should all know our state trees. Does anyone know the state tree of Rhode Island? How about the state tree of Vermont?
Sugar maple.
There you go. State tree of New Hampshire. White birch. State tree of Maine.
Oh, Maine's easy. That's the
Pine
white
tree.
pine.
Okay. State tree of Connecticut.
White
White
oak.
oak.
Okay. State tree of Massachusetts.
We're reading a
Do
list.
you guys see what I mean? So I want everyone here to think about coming to help out with the park. We start in October. We work a few weeks. If weather's bad one weekend, we don't do it. It's on a Saturday. Get the community involved, young, old, everyone. Town council, fire chief, police chief, town manager, who is great, by the way.
Questions from the council?
I have one.
Up.
So you have down here on the list, a dawn redwood and then a giant sequoia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Blythewald, right over here, Blythewald
Yeah.
has the biggest collection of giant sequoias in the eastern United States,
East of the Rockies.
east of the Rockies. So I was thinking they could help us. I have connections over there.
Mhm.
So we want to do this right. We just don't want to flop them in. We were gonna, we're gonna work together as a design. But giant sequoias grow in Rhode Island. They have the biggest collection of those over there.
They
And-
take time.
Yeah, but pretty good.
No,
Dawn
I-
redwood's another one
I'm
that's
in
from
favor of
China.
it.
The other ones are just native trees. We're putting in. And there's quite a collection over there. I've already done a survey. You can see some of the species I have on the front of the sheet.
Yeah.
We have a lot of mature trees already growing in the park, around the park. And, we have to have maintenance to that. I know our public works guy is beside himself because it's so hard to maintain trees. Warren's like classic New England, the biggest trees in the east or in the villages. This town has giant trees and old. So the
Mr.
parks, some of them are old.
You had a question?
I was just clearing my throat. I wasn't.
Okay.
I thought earlier you had a
Any other
question.
questions?
I have
Yeah.
a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Trombley.
Have you had a conversation with the DPW director and the Parks and Rec director about, because this is really their space, so.
Well, no, this was kind of a preliminary tonight. I've been
Okay.
working with Joe,
Well,
the president.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd encourage.
Full transparency.
Sure.
Mr. Wheeler was away, so Scott Almeida was there. And it was the last day of the season for Parks and Rec. So all we did was a walking.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We walked around. So if you missed that day, you just missed the walk. This day is about beginning this process with Mr. Wheeler, with everybody. I hope we'll get the support of the council to move it forward. Mr. Rega.
So I have a problem in that we may never ever use that ball field again, right?
Right.
But still, to stand there, the cage is there.
It's all coming down.
Why?
But we don't use the baseball, so we don't
It's
need
just been there for so long. It seems like it belongs there.
a backstop's.
And my question is, couldn't we accomplish the same thing and just put the trees to the side? That if someday we ever did want to utilize it,
What if- what if we-
would take it down? It seems like that's part of.
I was looking at that today too, the ballpark. It's so
Yeah.
cool because I love baseball. But what if we put an outfield of hornbeams, native hornbeams? So let's say that spot was a little ball field, maybe wiffle ball or softball, or where the kids could still play. And you could have the trees as a fence and leave that space because we have other spaces to put the trees.
Yeah, and that's what.
So you'd have a forest up to it and a forest around it.
I'm not saying not to put the trees. I'm just saying, and like in front of the band shell too. It
But
seems
you
like.
want the shade at the band shell. The whole idea is to make the spot usable.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was saying we want to work together on this. We want to get some people to come down and design,
Sentimental.
as we do it, right?
Mr. DeSisto, have you contacted the trust yet about the cement bleachers that have fallen down?
I haven't heard back from them.
Okay, so
They need
there's
to send somebody down to take a look.
there's erosion problems to the concrete. The backstop is there. We don't play ball. So we're not utilizing the backstop. The whole reason for the location is to leave the middle of the park accessible as an open space. You're enhancing the band shell by putting shade trees. You're enhancing Ms. Thibodeau's park program by having shade trees. The reason for the location is because you're clumping them in that spot to make that whole spot a shaded grove. If you were to just spread them all, like, I don't even see where you would spread them around the rest of the park. Mr. Kalenda and Mr. No. Who? No, when they redid the field. Farias. They raised about $35,000 for the first attempt and another 20,000. And that was because their children were involved and they were the last ones to use that field. We have the facility in Bristol that is used for that field, and we have our facility at Pete Seppi. I don't see, no, but the one in Bristol is what they use. So we have the facility in Bristol. Well, first off, this isn't usable. We don't use it. So we have a desert that we're going to make believe is historic value. I don't know.
That's just my opinion.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not, but it is a desert.
I'm thinking more the bleacher walls than the actual ball field as historic or sentimental, whatever you want to
Yeah,
say.
half of it is falling down.
Well, maybe we can get together on this and discuss it, you know? But I would like to put in at least 20 trees from October through before Thanksgiving. That gives me Saturdays with the community can be there.
In my opinion, the cement
yeah.
doesn't, the cement doesn't impact the planting of the trees either way.
Yeah.
The trust is going to impact that. And there's a good 25-foot section on the west side that looks fine.
Yeah.
And that's where the plaque is. It was built by the Joseph Martin Trust in the 30s. So it's you know, it's historic in some regard, but it's not. I mean, it's bleachers. I think we should take the bold step and move forward and do something that our future will say, what a great grove of trees. And so
And Arboretum in Warren, so we have to get a name. So it'd be great.
Can't believe the number of people who have come forward to support.
Yeah.
I
did
think
have
it's a
somebody
wonderful idea. I make a motion, we move forward on this. It's
Nice.
great. Let's go.
Let Ms. Thibodeau speak.
I know it's very late, but I do have some objections to this plan.
Okay.
So my question is, if you are going to start and move it forward and start in October, how do we address those concerns?
What are the concerns?
The location of these trees. Like, I disagree with you. I mean, one of them is actually where the tent is right now. And like putting them in front of the band shell, like logistically, I understand that one way you're thinking, but I think of it also as a place where I have a camp and kids, and some of this doesn't work. And I also want to remind you that this is one of our only dry fields in town, so that it has been used by teams to practice. And so, like, to me, this is
the open spot was over 100 yards.
right, but this is, to me, I would have some revisions to this if it was, if my opinion was asked, because this to me is it's still an open park, and it's still, there are still kids that go and play ball, and parents that use, even though you don't see it, there's lots of parents that go there and they utilize those spaces for baseball or for soccer or things like that. But as for the wall, I am in favor of keeping the wall, even with the trees, because people during the concerts do sit on the wall. And I know that it's costly to repair it, but the wall actually does get used.
I know, but the solicitor hadn't
Right.
been there. And when he went there and looked at it, he immediately is concerned, and the trust has to be, he's called the trust.
So anyway, regardless, I know we all want to get out of here. I would just like more discussion on the placement of the trees.
What's there? I am looking for resident volunteers for the community to help with the design,
Mr. Hanley has-
including
I
you,
think-
the planting, inventory, and presentation. I want to work on it. Yeah, you're right. This was just, I put this together. It's not a complete
We should
design.
actually have a public workshop on this, because it's not our park, it's the town's park.
Right.
You know, let the town people put.
Okay, that's great.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I think we could accomplish the same thing, and everyone could be happy and do it in such a way it complements the park. And I think that's what you're trying
Right.
to say.
What I'm
You know
saying,
what
we should all
saying?
get involved. Let's have a
Yeah,
meeting
let's
down
all
there.
get
I have
involved, yeah.
no problem bringing in tree people, and we may
No,
need a
I'm
bigger-
not
bigger
just
room.
tree people.
People.
We should have more than tree
Towns-
people.
I know.
Not just tree
I-
people.
Am I
Catchy.
anti-tree here person?
I wouldn't say anti-tree, but looking
May-
at
may I make a
location of a
suggestion?
planting now as a
Right.
hindrance. To me, you plant the tree, you put a little fence around it, and in years, it doesn't become a hindrance. It's the tree that, all your kids were around trees when I was down there.
No, this is not about, I completely agree that we need shade in those locations.
Yeah.
That is not, I am not refuting that. I just feel that this is a little over the top.
Yeah, the one right in front of the band shell, that
I
makes no
just feel
sense
like
to
it
me.
just, I would like to have a
Say.
input on the place.
I have no
Right.
problem
There you
having a
go.
public meeting.
You're on the committee.
For those of us who
Great.
go to Tanglewood, it's under the trees that you want to be at. So, again,
May I make a suggestion?
please.
Go ahead.
Could I make a motion that we table the final design until the November meeting, and in the meantime, ask the clerk to schedule a workshop on the sort of placement of trees in the park with the input of the DPW director and the Parks and Rec director? I think that would meet, because November, we still have time to plant before it gets too cold, I think.
Yeah.
Or should it be October?
Should be out
I mean,
mid-October.
it could even be next year, depending. on-
Well, I'd really like to plant this fall,
I would like to, I would like it,
at least some trees.
I would like it advertised as a public workshop.
Sure.
So that people in
Beautiful.
town are aware of what's going on, so those that do want to show up know what's going on and can show up.
Absolutely.
There
I'm
you
sorry,
go.
it's a little late. I said November when I meant October. So could we
Okay.
have,
Public workshop.
public workshops in September? At the meeting in October, we'll finalize a plan for trees and then hopefully get those starting planting and all that.
And the
jazz.
Warren residents will make the design.
Yeah, and great.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm not sure we can have a public workshop in September.
Okay.
No,
We'd have to
October?
advertise.
I mean, if we don't get to it this year, we don't get to it this year. I mean, this jumped up really fast, Joe. Like 2 months ago, we talked about getting somebody to do a plan. All of a sudden, bang! Now we got a plan here.
Right.
This was a lot quicker than I was contemplating it to
I have
happen.
no
you know?
problem working through
Yeah, so
the
I mean,
process.
even if we go next year, if we miss
If
the
that's where it
planting
ends up
season-
happening, fine.
Okay.
Right.
I just didn't want it to go.
I mean, I don't want to have to cut them down because they're in the wrong
Oh,
place.
exactly.
So we want to get things done.
Yeah.
That's what the bottom line. Yes, I agree with
So
you.
there's a motion from Mr. Tromley to call for a public workshop in October on the trees planting in Burrs Hill Park.
Very good.
Do we have a date?
Do
We're
not
gonna look
yet.
at the calendar.
Okay, a Saturday might be nice.
Public workshops usually happen.
Oh, like here?
Here.
Okay.
yeah. It's gonna be a meeting.
All right, great.
Yeah.
It couldn't be an on-site thing. I mean,
Yeah, sure. Right.
In November?
October.
We could have.
Make sure you put it in the paper.
Yes.
Of course, it's gonna be
Yeah.
advertised.
And motion to advertise?
Sure.
Vacation next month, so you know.
I don't think you need a motion. I think the public hearing automatically requires some type of an ad in the paper, correct?
Correct.
Training.
Is there a
Somebody-
second?
Training.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye, somebody dropped this off to Mr. Rego at the East Bay newspapers too. Mr. Rego, when you're watching this tomorrow,
Warren's first arboretum. What do we think for a name?
Oh, that's probably gonna be with the donor,
Okay.
I would think. Or at least there'd be some recognition to the donor.
Okay.
And for anybody, there is a map in the clerk's office.
Thank you.
Did you say October 20th?
I'll be on vacation
All
until
right.
the 20th.
Well, it's going to be,
you're retired.
it's going to be as soon as we can get a meeting planned,
Always on
and you'll be told. Okay, next we have discussion and action for permission to hold a press conference. We
no,
already
we
did
already
that.
did that.
Discussion and action concerning volume levels at Pistolas Inc. doing business as La Piñata. So I see everybody back there. We can present from La Piñata's perspective first, or we can present from the neighbors who are bringing this forward. Who wants to go first?
If
I'll
I-
do it through the presentation of the neighbors. So neighbors, come on down. I know, I'm gonna say, if you could, you can submit your written into the record. But because you said it all last month, going through the whole thing again isn't needed. It's us that who heard it. And if you agree with that, and you can add, maybe a shorter version of how you feel.
I think we're pretty well aware of how unsettling and how much of an impact this has on your quality of life. There's no question about that. Personally, I'd like to bring Mr. Diego forward and hear how he feels in response to this situation, give him the opportunity to maybe.
Well, the reason I was going to have them go first is so he could hear it again. In other
Okay.
words, he'd hear from them and then respond.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to do that. And thank you again
Because
for the,
we have the restaurant people here, so now they'll hear what you're saying and then they can respond to
it's
us.
a slightly modified letter from
Thank
the
you.
last time, but thank you so much for this opportunity. And to the members of the town council and to the owners of La Piñata. We are 3 neighbors from Washington Street directly affected by the amplified outdoor music at La Piñata. My name is Kathleen Hancock. Lisa Martin's my next door neighbor, and then Holly Holmes, who also lives in the building that I reside in. And we have chosen to submit our concerns together so that the council understands that it's not an isolated complaint, but a shared and ongoing disruption to multiple households. Together, we respectfully ask the council to take action to review how amplified outdoor music is permitted and measured, and to ensure that residents' rights to quiet enjoyment of their homes is protected. And this, to elaborate very quickly.
No, please.
I want to
apologize. Take your time to read.
I want to emphasize that the current situation with amplified outdoor music at La Piñata is not sustainable. This is not about one night of music. It is a predictable and ongoing disturbance that affects the quality of life for me and my neighbors throughout the summer. The town's current method of measuring sound, a single decibel reading on the sidewalk, does not reflect the actual experience inside nearby homes. Because of the courtyard shape, the strength of the bass frequencies, the sound carries and reverberates in ways that the current policy does not account for. This means the ordinance, as it is enforced today, does not adequately protect the residents. This also places a burden on the police department, having officers take repeated sound readings that consistently show compliance with 75 decibels while residents continue to experience significant disturbance does not make effective use of the police department's limited resources. In the past, I have mentioned simple ideas that could help reduce sound, but I want to be clear. It should not fall to the residents to design solutions. It is the council's role to ensure that the entertainment permits and enforcement methods work for both businesses and for residents. One possible tool is a trial or conditional permit, which has been used successfully in the past to ensure accountability while giving businesses the opportunity to demonstrate good practice. My neighbors and I will continue to document the disturbances, not to police the issue ourselves, but to demonstrate how predictable and ongoing they are. Residents should not have to shoulder the responsibility for reporting what is essentially a policy problem. We respectfully ask the council to take action to review how amplified outdoor music is permitted and measured so that Warren can support its businesses while also protecting the right of residents to enjoy their homes. And I'll quickly read just a little bit from my neighbor upstairs in the building I live in. Her name is Holly Holmes, and she cannot be here tonight. I live at 14 Washington Street. On music evenings, I cannot sit outside on the west side of our building and enjoy a lovely evening. The over-amplified drum and vocals of the band is like water torture, constant and very stressful. I retreat inside, and as I'm on the second floor, I get the full blast of the band. I have double glazed windows which do nothing to muffle the repetitive and overloud sounds. I cannot comfortably read, work on my computer, watch television, even with noise canceling headphones. I use earplugs with headphones over the top of them so that I can at least read in some peace. So I realize that this is Rhode Island faces ongoing issues with amplified outdoor music, particularly in residential areas, waterfront districts, and entertainment zones. These issues create tension between local businesses and rely on outdoor entertainment, and between local businesses which rely on outdoor entertainment and residents who seek peace and quiet. State and municipal ordinances are frequently at the center of these disputes, statewide and multiple regulations. And I just wanted to point out one thing that and there are many, every town has a different code or different ordinance. And one of the things that's interesting is Cranston's ordinance prohibits music from being plainly audible more than 50 feet away between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. or 25 feet away after 9 p.m. And Pawtucket limits amplified sound to 15 decibels above the ambient level and forbids it within 200 feet of sensitive areas like schools or hospitals. So there are many ways in which towns come to terms with this, understand the impact on residents, and also to understand that sound travels differently depending on the ways it bounces off of architecture and the way it travels through solid surfaces. And I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you bringing this up as a topic tonight and how important it is for us who live in proximity to this every summer, that maybe some action will be taken. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ms. Martins, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Oh, we tried to make things concise and Kathleen spoke, but.
I mean, if it's anything outside of that, if not, you would, okay.
I have a quick question.
Mr. Trombley,
Would you guys?
question?
No, quite all right. So thank you for sending us the information that you sent us. I noticed that the audio file you sent us was from 9:04 at night on the 15th of August, if that was correct.
I believe so.
So I'm curious, when do you notice this more at night, essentially, is what I'm asking, versus during the day?
Well, they usually start at 7?
Between 6:30 and 7 is when the music starts.
And then you notice it primarily between 6:30 and 9? Is that?
Or between 7 and 10. It's
Between 7 and
within
10.
usually a 3-hour period.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to just point out that on the 12th day of April, 2022, Mr. Hanley, you were president. We actually dealt with the issue, and Mr. Diego Contreras was informed by the council that he's been making every effort to consciously pay attention to the music being played. We recommended that you all get together and speak. He mentioned that there were no violations at that time, and that this was just a discussion to listen to the concerned neighbors and encourage La Piñata to be aware of these concerns. Councilman Heckert mentioned that his residence is within the neighborhood of La Piñata and spoke of his concerns regarding the amplified music. So to say that this is a new issue is not valid. So I just wanted, on the record, you were asked 3 years ago to make efforts. Before you come forward, do you have anything else you want to add?
Lisa Martin's 18 Washington Street. I don't know who sets, if it would be the town council that sets the decibel level, the allowable maximum it would be. I request that you change that and lower it, because it's incidents like this that prove that it's too high, because we're being bombarded by heavy bass, an amplified cowbell, a conga drum, and then when we call the police, they tell us they're within their limit. And we can barely tolerate the volume that comes through the walls. What I sent you is from my front porch. Now, I have a lovely front porch that I can't enjoy, because if I sit out there on a hot summer night, I can't even converse with friends. That's how loud this music is. It travels directly down Washington Street. There's nothing to stop it. Kathleen and I get hit first. I don't know. I know Jenny, she was here and she was just exhausted, but she was going to speak and say the bass travels all the way down to her house. Now, she lives at Mr. Mann's house. I don't know the address there. So if she's experiencing that, imagine what we're experiencing. And what I recorded was with an iPhone, with the microphone pointing to the ground so I could have a visual. It wasn't even directed at the sound, and it was that loud.
So my request is, could the town council please look into lowering the maximum decibel level, allowable decibel level? Because the police, their hands are tied, and I understand, you've been given the 70, and the same with La Piñata. They're allowed to make that noise, and they're within their rights to do it because they've been given permission to do it. So they're not really doing anything wrong, and the police, I stopped calling because they would just tell me, oh, they're within the decibel limit. There's nothing we can do. So please, for our sanity, lower the decibel limit. Because I love having your margaritas and your nachos with short ribs. Believe me, I go there, I eat there, I get takeout food, but I just would like some peace in my home.
Understood.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
And the reason I brought up the minutes of the
Yes.
past is because we were asking for a cooperative effort. And
It was unfortunate though, Joe, at that meeting, we didn't know that people were here representing La Piñata. So we did what we did just the last meeting. We spoke and then left. And then I didn't find out till after that they were present. We weren't
remember
told
that.
ahead of time, because I would have gladly stayed and expressed my concerns and try to figure something out. Not that it's my place to do that. I'm not a sound expert by any means. But we didn't know they were here because we would have gladly conversed and tried
I
to come.
remember also, I think that Mr. Diego came in, he was in the back of the room. So you guys, I think, presented in the public comment.
Yes.
So no direct action could be taken,
Mhm.
but the issue was brought to our attention. And then he came, and then that's when we asked him to speak with you and we told him about what you said.
Yeah, okay.
So it wasn't on the agenda. It was a public comment.
And they were here for what?
I had told them that.
Oh, you gave
you
them a
had
heads
told
up.
me.
Okay, good.
So
good.
but it wasn't an agenda item
Yeah.
because we found out outside of the window of opportunity to post it as on the agenda.
Mhm.
So that's why I give the advice was come as a public comment.
Mhm. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate. That was a missed opportunity. But hopefully we can, all be happy
Well, we
here.
can try to move forward now and
Okay.
That's what we're
said
doing.
your side of it and
Does anybody have questions or?
Mr. President, may I
Yes,
ask a
Mr.
question of the
Trombley.
chief? Chief, do you know what the decibel readings were the last times that La Piñata has been measured?
It was in 2024. June 23, 2024, at 725, and it was at 65, which is
Yes.
But loud.
Can you say that again, Chief? I'm sorry.
it was 65 decibels, which is under.
And what's the cap? 15?
75.
Oh, and it was 65, 70.
So complaints are coming in at 65, which means it's loud at 65. It's nerve wracking.
I think the makeup.
I can't
of-
even read a book.
The makeup of the building and the way that it's projecting.
Well, it's a
There's no-
natural
no
amphitheater,
measurements and
and it's
stuff.
all
Okay,
stone. You have the library's granite, the town hall's brick, the building of La Piñata is brick. It shoots right down the street. You can feel it. I don't know if you could even feel it on your phone when you played it. The vibration is there.
It is so. A couple weeks ago, there was an event in Barrington on Mathewson. and
Yeah.
They had all of the speakers facing this way, and it just bounced off of everything hard
Mhm.
that it hit. So as I walked from my home down to the water, there were areas where it was, you could hear it, but not so much. And then you'd move forward, and it was on
Okay,
you,
that-
in you.
Different topic.
But it is an illustration of
I know,
how
but
it bounces.
this is a
No,
really
you're
direct
correct,
illustration,
Sherry.
not-
It is a good illustration.
It's the
But
same thing.
I just want to end with saying that I like La Piñata. I like outdoor music and dining, but I want to go to the restaurant and hear it. I don't want the music to come to me where I can't even enjoy my home. Okay.
Thanks.
Is there any questions? Kathleen? you good?
Diego, come on down. Hello.
How you doing, guys?
Okay.
Good.
Well, like the last time, if try to communicate with them, if they want to just give me a call to tell me like the music's too loud or something, we can. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Ooh. Yeah. So the previous time when we were here, I just wanted to cooperate and everything. They want to just give me a call that the music is too loud or something. Whenever I get the band, whenever I get like 2 guys playing, they don't use any bass. It's only 2 people, 6 to 9. Sometimes they go until like 9:30 maybe because they have to take a break. And it's only on the summer, so Fridays and Saturdays, and sometimes Sundays 4 to 8. But
Is it just acoustic or is it amplified?
this is the speaker that we use only. That's the only speaker that we use. The one in
Yeah, I guess my question is, can you do it with just an acoustic and you don't have a speaker? Can it be done?
yeah, they usually come with a little speaker amplifier because the patio is kind of big, but
But
they
again,
don't.
the question I'm asking, could it be done without the amplifier and just the guitar?
That's a good question. He's the musician, so.
So, come on.
Man,
Yes, please come forward.
My name's Gilberto Rivera, and I read about this issue in the newspaper by Mike Rigo, and I would have really appreciated an opportunity as the person who provides the sound, as the person who provides the entertainment, a chance to speak to that and what equipment we use, and a little bit more investigative journalism, I guess I should say.
We don't write the articles.
I know,
That's why
but
you're
it
here
came out
tonight.
of the town meeting. I know that just, that was the first I heard of the complaints. I've never met either of you. I'm there. I've been there since 2021 playing music. We have a wonderful space. It is a vibrant space. I provide entertainment for people who are eating. So when they're sitting there, I'm not trying to impose on them, just like I'm not trying to impose on our neighbors. And the equipment that I use is a high quality Bose speaker S1 that stays within the range and the parameters because it's not a boom, boom, boom. Sometimes cars pass by while I'm playing and I have to stop because that car amplifier that's driving on the corner by Jazzy Nails takes over the sound of the whole entire restaurant. Boom, you've heard them, right? They're coming by. When people are sitting down in our restaurant, we're not trying to overpower them with sound because that's not the idea. The idea is for digestive pleasure. The idea is for me to provide classical flamenco music. Yes, I do invite a conga player on Friday nights, just to add a little more, but he's not amplified. He's playing acoustically because why would I amplify a conga that could travel through that area? But when you asked about the guitar, I'm not playing an electric guitar, I'm playing classical guitar. It will not project beyond here if I play that. My voice.
You're using the Bose, you just said.
Correct, I could use voice, but you asked if I could use no instruments to play the music, no amplification.
Right, yeah.
The people talking in the restaurant and the conversation will take over the guitar. And I had vocal cord surgery in 2004, and that was because I tried to sing a lot acoustically without instruments in places. And I'm a 33-year veteran of the Boston Public Schools. I'm a trained classical musician, jazz, Latin music. I kind of wonder if the music that we play, the style of music that we play, is the style that's maybe bothering our neighbors. I don't know. But I do play jazz as well. I play, some Dean Martin, whatever they need. But I don't think there was communication with the person that's responsible for making the noise.
I think the amphitheater itself is having a lot to do with it. I've been there and I've politely, because I try not to, I'm not the person who enforces laws in this town.
Yeah,
I've had several conversations with you about the speakers. It'll be raining, they'll be on outside. It'll be winter, they'll be on outside. I've gone in for dinner and said, you've got your neighbors that always complain.
I see.
Why are they on? Oh, well, I don't know. I'll have to tell him. Or sometimes he's not there and the employees say, oh, well, we don't know. I know. There's a button. You turn it off.
There's 3 zones. Yes, sir.
I
You're right.
know.
There's a zone for outside, inside,
I've
and
also
upstairs.
been at their house. It's too loud. I also have been in the restaurant. I feel it's too loud. Other people up here may have a different opinion. Myself, when I feel it's loud, it's too loud. It could be 65 decibels. I'm just being beat by it. I can only imagine how they feel. We issued a license to Chomp with a 3-month opportunity to prove themselves. They failed. It's not a right, it's a privilege. I think indoor would be great. I think the outdoor, in my opinion, is loud. It's loud. I think that if I were to go to your restaurant to want to be there, fine. I have the right to leave or stay. But I think if I'm in a house down the street, it would drive me crazy.
Respectfully, I've walked across the street every single night since the article, and I put the speaker on with some music from my iPhone, and I'm not hearing what is being described as booming, vibrating the windows, the frames off the wall experience, like when a vehicle passes the street with the loud.
I know we have,
boom, boom.
you can have a sound ordinance, and if you can't make them replicate it, the car drives through. Or
That's what I'm saying.
Or
but
motorcycles with loud exhaust.
I respectfully ask that if we do lower the decibels, we could lower them, but 65 is not a loud decibel. I could play that speaker right now at 6, and you'll see what that sounds like.
And Mr. Hanley's going to tell us what the decibel readings in the room.
No, I just.
No, it would be good.
I don't.
Well,
It's an
that's
app
what reading
on
my
the phone.
voice right now.
The
Just without-
conversation from going on from when you started talking to you started talking was running between 55 and 65 decibels in here.
Thank you, sir.
Like I said, that's an app. I can't
No,
testify to how accurate it is, but I also did Google, and 70 decibels is about the sound of a vacuum cleaner, an air conditioner, a noisy restaurant, a busy highway, a busy roadway. That's what they say 70 decibels is.
You're not gonna sing, are you?
No, I'm not gonna sing.
I turned off the meter, so go ahead. knock
I'm gonna
yourself
say
out.
something. You know the driving range? They don't have the lights.
Yeah.
Okay, you're measuring lumens, all right? The lumens, they weren't that bad. You know what the issue was? It was glare. The light was bouncing off the Palmer River, and it created a glare. That's a different thing.
That's when you.
So I understand where the decibels are. I understand that. I understand what the ambient is. I've actually done cases like this. That's not the case. The difficulty that you have here is the fact that you have an amplification when it bounces
Yeah,
out.
acoustics, right?
Yes.
Acoustics.
Sometimes things carry.
Yeah, is there any way to put
Depends
a
on the
wall or
window.
something up?
Well, we do direct it towards this way, and we direct the speaker inside the restaurant, so people who are inside the restaurant are listening to it.
Seems to me you gotta get rid of the speaker.
Yeah. Mr. Trombley has his hand up.
So I just want to start off by saying thank you to all 4 of you for your patience in being here. I know this is a contentious issue for all 4 of you. So thank you for your patience and speaking to us and being very cordial, all 4 of you. I'll start off by saying I went to La Piñata 5 to 6, I would say, on the Bristol Warren Art Night, which was August 28th. And I sat directly right next to one of the speakers out in the pavilion area. I kind of did undercover, didn't tell anybody. And I just ate, and I thought that the traffic noise of the traffic going down Main Street was actually quite louder than the music that was being amplified. Granted, that was at 5 or 6. We're talking about the issue being between 7 and 9. And I did speak to one of the members of your staff, and you have great customer service, I want to say. And they said that you guys turn the music off at 9 usually.
Yes.
Yeah.
We try to really
Well,
stick to that.
Usually, not all the
Yes,
time.
well, the
but-
thing is, now is not like they kind of manage, so it's not allowed anymore. But I keep an eye on employees, like they have to go on the second floor and turn it off and everything.
So basically, what I can say is that I prefer any ordinance or law to be clear, concise, and consistent. So I can't have a different rule for La Piñata that I would have for the new place that's going in where that we just talked about.
Edible arrangements.
At Edible Arrangements, or the one tonight that's going in at
Sorrel?
Yes, Sorrel, that one.
Oh, the Italian
So,
place?
Yeah, we can't have special rules for special businesses regardless of whether there's amplification or not. It has to be uniform.
He didn't ask for an entertainment license.
Who?
Sorrel.
Well, regardless of whatever.
I just don't want anybody to.
Oh, yes, of course.
For the record, to hear that.
What I mean is generally, regardless of what business you are, if you have an entertainment license, you should all be held to the same standard.
Mhm.
And I understand there's this issue of amplification. I can only see two possible solutions here. The first would be that we as the town council set the decibel level lower than 75 at some point, to be determined based on the feedback we're getting from the neighbors and what we understand from what measurements we get from the police department. The other option, which I think makes more sense based on what we heard from the neighbors, is that they're primarily hearing it at night because the traffic dies down, the noise travels farther, things get quieter, and they just kind of want to sleep and enjoy the peaceful quiet of an evening. So the other option beyond the decibel level is to say that there's a curfew and that all amplified music, outside music, goes off at, say, 8 p.m., for example. I don't know what's preferable to the business community. I don't know what necessarily action we'll take as a council, we decide on. But those are the two options I see as the only two options to deal with noise complaints. And they have to be uniform across all the businesses with entertainment licenses in the town, because it can't have a different rule for you or for them. It has to be uniform. So those are just the points I want to make. And I will say I did really try La Piñata for the first time. You guys have excellent food, excellent service.
Thank you.
I don't know as you necessarily need to have music going until 9 to be as successful as you are, and hopefully as successful as you are going to be. I know you like it, and I know that plenty of people enjoy it.
People love it. Yeah, that's the thing. And because of
But
the patio.
People come for it.
Yeah. So
Yes, the people who come like it. We don't disagree with
But it's
that.
a balance of interest, so I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah,
trying to
so
find
we-
the right
yeah.
But
solution.
it is a business district.
Yeah,
It's a village business.
it's
They
mixed
both
use.
take it's mixed use, thank you. They both take into account each other's habitation of the same space. And there's a third potential and we do issue non-amplified.
That's where I think you need to go, probably, is non-amplified,
We do it.
you know?
Okay.
I
Ms.
think the
Cronin.
capacity of the restaurant overpower, but then you just.
Oh, the outside. I'm referring to outside.
Okay,
That's the
here's,
music they're complaining about.
here's
Is
what,
the outside music.
here's what I'm hearing. We have been hearing from the neighbors down the street for a very long time.
Mhm.
This is not the first time we've had this discussion publicly, as is pointed out by the meeting minutes from years prior. We've been hearing consistently from the neighbors their experience with the noise. And then we've heard you guys talk about how it is over there and what you're providing and why you're doing it, which I understand. I'm a business person too. But what I have not heard is any willingness or any sort of proposal from you to do something different or to change.
We haven't spoken because no one approached myself.
You're right here, right
I know,
now.
yeah.
You're right here, right now. And you have an opportunity to say, hey, I hear that this is really not a feasible way or an okay way for them to be living in their homes. we hear you and this is what we're willing to do, or let's try this, or we are willing to work with you, or we want to work, not willing, we want to work with you. You are our neighbors, you are our customers.
Right.
We want to work with you to make it so we can still provide the type of experience in our business that we are known for without negatively impacting the people who live in the neighborhood. So I would like to hear from you what you're willing to do, what your ideas are for bringing the noise level down. We all know, we all understand these are hard surfaces. We've got an amphitheater type of situation here. It is not question. I do not doubt for a moment that their experience, their recording is authentic, is true. So without us having to say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it down on you. No more amplified music outside. You've lost that. We could do that right now.
Yes, ma'am.
But before that, what might you be willing to do to make things right with your
I'd love to give
neighbors?
them my phone number so they can call me directly.
They do, you know, they've been calling, they've been, not you, they don't have your number, okay?
But I'm
They,
the guy doing it.
but
I'm the guy
call,
responsible. I feel responsible.
okay.
You are.
Okay.
You are.
Yeah, I am.
So-
So I'm here. So
It's,
I-
all right, it's
so
too
I'm
loud.
here now. I'm
So-
here. No one ever came to me
Okay.
at all.
I
That's
know,
all.
but you're hearing it tonight, so that is,
Correct.
so.
And,
we-
and I'm responding to that.
I know,
So
but
I'd love to give my phone number. And if
No,
it feels
how
too loud,
about you, lack of amplification, try it.
I do try it after
Okay,
9 o'clock.
don't-
I've done it last week. I actually got a parking ticket because there was a Spanish family from Spain that came to visit. They came after 9, and I took my guitar and I sat with them. My car was double parked. And
And nobody complained after 9?
no, because I did it
Then,
with
then you
my-
just answered your question.
No,
I
but
think we
but
solved the
after
problem.
9 is when I shut off the music anyway. because
Yeah.
I thought we had the license till 9.
Do you think like you're arguing with us?
No, I'm not arguing.
Okay,
I
let me
was just-
point out that it may be a little bit argumentative. Instead of being in a position of trying to really do the right thing, you're giving us reasons and excuses that you haven't been called. Let's have their numbers.
I was offering that I was playing acoustically without amplification.
And
After
Mr.
9.
Rego pointed out that there wasn't a complaint because it was acoustic. I think we should remove the amplified music. It's very simple, and you'll have your inside entertainment. You can do what you do what you do in there. It's too loud for the neighborhood.
So that goes across the whole city of Warren.
No, you. We can take away your entertainment license. We took away Chomps. Yeah, Chomp was too loud for the neighborhood. We took it
We're trying to
away.
work it out with the
I could
neighbors.
probably say that the way you're going with me right now, personally, isn't working it out with me. Mr. Diego knows me. I've been in.
You know, I'm just trying to find out the best
I
solution.
know you are, but I've also pointed out
Mhm.
on no less than 10 occasions, in the rain, in the snow,
And what was this, the last year?
over the past 5 years,
Oh, yeah,
with
because
the
this-
speakers on.
Mhm.
And you told me it's your employees. They have to go
Oh,
upstairs.
yeah, no, there's like I said, the employees, they always have to keep an
I
eye on them and
understand, but
everything.
what
Yeah.
we're not saying didn't happen with the incidents.
Oh, no, yeah.
I like you as a businessman.
No, no,
That's
thank
why
you.
when I was in there,
Mhm.
I'm not the police.
Mhm.
And I don't like to point out that you're in a violation.
Mhm.
So I politely just said, there's
No,
no
no.
one outside and the speakers are on. You can come walking up Washington, you hear it. So all the things that I'm pointing out personally
Mm-hmm.
aren't hearsay. They're not from witnesses. They're from me. So
Mm-hmm.
what I'm having a difficulty with your style is that you're almost saying you need to be told. We're telling you. And your examples, as Mr. Rego pointed out, are valid. When it was acoustic, nobody complained. So I'm at a point where I think you should even maybe have a inside entertainment license and outside non-amplified.
Well, the only time we use for outside is just the summer, and like this year it was raining basically every
Right,
weekend.
so
It
what I'm
just-
recommending
Yeah.
is that we have no amplified music outside. And I think everybody there will be absolutely heard by your customers. they're right there. They can't not be heard. You'll be playing, you just won't have an amplified system.
But what about the speakers then? I
Right,
only have
no-
one speaker outside.
Right,
It's
no
during the week.
speaker, that's amplification. So if you have no speaker and you have people there performing, we're not saying you can't have an entertainment
Okay.
license. We're saying you can't have amplified music because the location is so perfect to enhance sound
Okay.
that it doesn't need to be amplified. I feel that that's not
No, I just wanted.
a horrible
I wanted
thing to
see this
ask.
is the proper legal procedure to do this.
So what you have to do is have a show cause hearing.
Okay.
On this.
So we can't take action on it tonight.
Well, I think what you've done is you've telegraphed, what you're looking for here. So you can take that vote down and you can set it down as a placeholder for a show cause hearing on the entertainment license itself. Take your vote down, set it down for a public hearing, in October to go from there. So that gives you an opportunity to try and work things out.
Yeah.
You know, the council can place limitations on the entertainment license.
Mhm.
They can do it, and I think that's the motion you have to make.
Or they could agree to just play acoustics outside, right?
You have to hold them to it.
Mr. Sisto, this would be my first show cause hearing. Can you describe what that is a little bit?
Show cause hearing on a license is the license holder comes in, they have an opportunity to be heard. And so long as they know what the violation is, over here it'd be a disturbance, not a violation of exceeding the decibel level, but the fact that their activities are bothering their neighbors. And they would have a chance to address that, and then the council could take action on their license. However, in this instance, we're down to placeholder to see if things work out, place some limitations on the license right now, and you're good to go. So this isn't a show cause hearing now on the license. What you're doing is you're placing some limitations on it, placeholder in October.
Does the business have an opportunity to survey the neighborhood as to the disturbance to others?
So this is what I'm gonna
just ask.
This is what I'm gonna say. That'll be for next month if you wanna do that, but in the meantime, if the council places some limitations on your license, you have to adhere to it. You may wanna see if you can make other accommodations to the people that are here now.
Sure, absolutely. And that's what I was offering my phone number, so if it got too loud, they could text immediately, comes right on my stage.
I think Ms. Martins wants to speak again.
Hi, this is directed at Mr. Trombley. Mr. Trombley, I heard you say that you went to the restaurant undercover and ate and everything, sound was fine. I invite you to come to my home
I'd love to, yes.
and sit on the porch. Granted, it's not going to be the same. I think that they're going to try to change things but I sent you the video.
Yes.
So I don't know if you had your volume turned up on your phone when you listened to it.
I had it turned up all the way on my computer.
Okay, so that's what I experienced.
Yes.
So the way sound travels is very different than when you're at La Piñata in that little amphitheater. It travels through the ground, especially the bass notes, travels through the ground and vibrates my house. You know, amplified cowbell, people screaming. That's really hard to take. So I don't know what days you went there or what was happening.
I went there once, just so
Okay.
I'll inform you of what I did.
Sure.
I didn't announce that I was a councilman coming to like sort out what the noise level was or anything. I
Sure.
went there as a customer.
Mhm.
I sat directly next to the amplified, the what this gentleman has pointed out is their amplification system
Mhm.
outside. I ordered a meal, ate,
Yeah.
and tried to listen to how voluminous it was.
Mhm.
And if you're trying to make the argument that it's going to be louder at your place
Yes, that's
than it
the
is when I'm
argument.
sitting next to it,
Yes.
that's kind of hard for me to believe. What I think is happening is is that as the traffic noise dies down
Mhm.
and what gets quieter, 7, 8, 9
Mhm.
o'clock at night, the sound travels farther.
Mhm.
The sound, it gets louder in context to what is actually there. And we've heard from the police chief that they are within the decibel level,
Mhm.
well within the decibel level, to
Mhm.
the point where it's about as loud as a conversation in this council chamber, according to my fellow councilman, who I don't have any cause to question.
Mhm.
And the fact is that it's, in my opinion, whatever restriction we place on La Piñata is a restriction we should place on all businesses with an entertainment license throughout the entire town. We should not single them out in this one instance, or Chomp or any other business. They all have to have an equal playing field.
Mhm.
So that's why I suggested, as a possible solution, either as you suggested, lowering the decibel level that's allowed by the town, or conversely, having a curfew where no business can play amplified or other type of music after a certain time at night.
Mhm.
I suggested 8 p.m.
Right.
So just so you know, so I'm not favoring either side, and I'd be very happy to come by your home and sit on your porch and listen at night. And
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, is that now that it's being observed, it's the observer effect, it changes the outcome. I totally understand where you're coming from, which is why I didn't seek you out to try to get a sense of, what it was like at that, because I figured that, it might not be truly the volume that it might have been when everything was going on, just so you know. But,
Can I make a further suggestion?
sure.
What you might want to have everybody do is a controlled experiment, where you have the music that you have playing, and then you can have council people go to the house so that they can hear it. When I say a controlled experiment, I mean a real controlled experiment, where you put it where you're supposed to.
Only
That's
two at
something
a-
that you might wanna
only
do.
two at a time.
Why I suggest that. If this case were in Superior Court, that would be something that the court would do to determine the level of the nuisance.
Yeah.
That's what they do. So you
So
might
how-
wanna
how-
do a controlled experiment, date and time, have them come in, have them play it, so that you can experience on the other side
What their
the
experience.
residents are doing.
Right, right.
Would you
So
be
it
open
would-
to that?
Absolutely, absolutely. So would it happen in the evening? Because that's really when it gets loud, because it just keeps going up and up and up, and people start yelling and screaming, and, I mean, you heard it.
Yeah, they're dancing. I mean, in perspective, they're dancing and having fun at the site.
I get it.
So
I'm not
it's-
saying, I love to
No,
have fun, Joe, but it's the
I'm
volume.
trying to place
Yeah.
proper context.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
there
Yeah.
because they're not at home trying to sleep. They're there yelling and doing their fun and dancing.
So is the attorney gonna have a tap there when we go there first? Or around the drinks, or you gonna have a tap?
Tab.
Tab?
All right.
I don't, you don't know what a tab is, that's for sure.
You guys in 5 minutes.
Never had a tab in his life.
Excuse me, everyone, in 5 minutes, we'll be making a motion to exceed the charter 11 o'clock time.
Let me also
We have to go
just
further
add,
than 11.
you have the ultimate right to peaceful enjoyment of your property, and I value that immensely. It's a balancing of interest. That's why we're here tonight. We want to balance the interests of the business owner and the peaceful enjoyment of neighbors like yourself.
As do I.
And I just want to note, I have the utmost respect for you and the neighbors, as well as the business owners. I'm here to find a solution. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. So,
I just wanted to finish that conversation about the trial. So that would happen, say, at 9 o'clock at night. Because that's between 8 and I think they even go past 9, but say from 8 o'clock on, it really gets loud.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
You have it that everybody would get together and it'd be like a controlled experiment.
what we did with the lights, but we're not at that point yet.
I have no problem with doing that. I'll take my time. I'll go there and all of that. But if I get there and I see it's loud, would you agree to just do acoustics afterwards from that point on?
Well, we'll have to do it in a council meeting.
I'm asking a question. Would you agree to that?
Well, the thing is, I always try to, like, whenever I hire anyone, I told them,
I
like,
just said.
yeah.
I don't
so-
mind spending my time, and I'll go
Mhm.
there at 8 o'clock at night and I'll listen.
Yeah.
But if I say it's loud, would you agree to switch to strictly acoustics?
Well, yeah. I'll have to
Because
change the,
listen, I don't
the
mind
artists
wasting, I'm
and
not gonna waste
everything.
my time if you
Mhm.
wouldn't agree to that. But if you agree to that, I'm good with that. I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah.
I really apologize for whatever perception the council had of my my personality, but
You're a
I was
loco.
just trying to appease our neighbors and give them my phone number. So
That wasn't the problem. It was
I
the
think we're
back
good.
and forth with me.
We're good.
We're good.
Good.
I apologize.
Thank you. You may not have realized that we were getting in a back and forth. Our process here is to get information from the complainant
Mhm.
and then from the person who's being complained about. And we're going to look for a motion that's going to help me rephrase what you said.
To make this easier, set the matter down for a show cause hearing in October, that's the first thing. Second thing is, to have the licensee agree to just acoustics. It's not mandatory, but it's something you should probably do between now and then. The third thing is, to direct the manager to arrange for a specific date and time, preferably at 9 PM, when we can have members of the town council meet at 18 Washington Street indoors while the music is playing at the normal level with the.
Well, and outdoors. I mean, they want to sit on their porch too. All right, so,
with patrons.
And
At a normal night.
Yeah.
sure, normal night.
Yeah, because the
We don't want to cut your
the
business.
decibel reading
Yeah.
counts in entertainment and patrons.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to that effect.
All right.
Okay, so the motion is for a show cause hearing next month, and hopefully you'll resolve your problems. If you do acoustic and there isn't a problem, fine. But next month is a show cause hearing, so is there a second to that motion?
There were three parts.
I was gonna do them one at a time, not all included.
Oh, okay, then.
So there's a second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next would be a manager is going to call you, organize a night for all of us to get together on a regular business night, Friday night, and we're going to do a site visit. You're in agreement with
We're gonna
that?
have to advertise that because that's gonna be.
It'll be posted.
Absolutely.
Is there a motion to that effect?
Make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second, I guess.
All in favor?
I thought we were going two at a time, but this will be more fun this way, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So,
We're gonna have the town clerk here too.
sure. The advice from the solicitor isn't gonna be in the form of a motion. What he made the advice was between now
Mhm.
and next month, it would probably be in your best interest to go acoustic, go quiet, do
Yeah,
whatever
we're gonna-
do whatever you can not to have an increased problem between
Yeah, no.
next month.
Yeah, anyway, this is the last month, no? This is the last month for shows because it gets cold and
Just so you understand
Yeah,
what we're
so-
doing.
yeah, yeah, no,
Next
definitely.
month is a show
Yep.
cause hearing on the outside entertainment,
got it.
okay?
All right. The meanwhile, we're gonna put the volume a little down and then.
Experiment is before October.
Yeah.
Yeah. so-
Yeah, October is
They're
when we're
coming
gonna
up, like
have,
maybe.
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
October is when we're
Out
having the
there,
hearing.
Have them rip it up. Make sure you have your people there.
Yeah,
stand
everybody.
for them.
Uh-huh.
I
Hire
want this
extra.
to be a true controlled experiment.
Okay, someone make a motion for the meeting to go past 11 o'clock.
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, hearing none, we're
Second.
gonna have continued.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
On this, because you do under section 2-37, there has to be a vote. But you got a lot left. The manager advises me that he has only one thing that needs to be done tonight. You might want to do that and just get a special meeting to get to the rest of this stuff.
What about
Because you're looking
executive
at like 1
session?
o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, this.
Oh, we gotta meet Thursday.
We are, but we can't, I don't.
Only three
It's
of us.
11 already.
Yeah, and we're not, two of us aren't gonna be in the state.
I
All
don't
right.
think so.
All right, so there's a motion and a second. All in favor to continue? Aye.
But you want, all right, yeah, okay.
We're continuing the meeting right now, past 11 o'clock, or continuation past 11. Arthur, you don't have to stay if you don't wanna.
Ben?
Oh, what? What?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, oh,
You're
okay,
all-
oh.
you're all done?
Thank you all for, thank you all for.
Who does? The manager has the key. Wait, wait. Okay, so you're welcome.
Good night.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Discussion and action. Next is the town manager. Discussion and action on the RFQ solicitation from qualified planning, engineering, and urban design firms to assist with the implementation of the Medicum Avenue Assessment and Planning Project.
Yes, Mr. President, this was I'm sorry. It's okay. This was an RFQ that went out for qualified engineering for the infrastructure study for the market of Medicom. That was a grant that was given to us by the Commerce Commission, paid for by all of that. That's to study the sanitary and water supply, electrical up on the Medicom area. We had one bid, and that bid was from Fuss and O'Neill. They are fully aware of this project. They have experience with it. They were involved in the beginning of the project, so the recommendation is that the council approve Fuss and O'Neill to do this study.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, so this is the 100% grant?
Yes.
Not a dime coming out of the,
There's no cost to the town,
No match.
I think that's.
no match.
Yeah.
But is this a reimbursement?
What we can do is get up to 50% advance from the Commerce Commission, and then we can pay using that money and then continue to collect money from them as
Right,
we
so
go
there's
along.
no
So
reimbursement and there's no. it's
We've worked it out so
completely
there's be no, the town is not going to have to come up
Do
with
we have
any
a shelf
funds.
to put this on once it's done? Because that's all that's gonna happen to this report is put on a shelf.
Not necessarily.
No, it's
It could help in,
Sure.
I resent the implication.
okay,
I can say what I want.
all right, stop. We have resentment. It's noted.
It's not resentment, it's the truth.
No, Mr. Tromley is resenting. Stop.
Okay.
All in favor? I mean, do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, I'm opposed.
Okay, you're
Yeah,
opposed.
and I don't know if John is or not. I didn't see what he's.
Next, Louis,
John didn't say anything.
stay in. We're still in here. It's not fun and games. Next, discussion and action regarding mutual aid collaboration agreement with the building officials between the town of Bristol and the town of Warren.
Yes, Mr. President, we've been approached by the town of Bristol. They've been in contact with the solicitor. Their solicitor's been in contact with our solicitor regarding the ability to share a building official. The Bristol building official has retired. The one that they are going to hire has some schooling that needs to be done in order to be a complete certified building official. Our building official would mentor him and then help the town of Bristol out with some review of things. And in turn, Bristol would give us individuals to do inspections here in Warren. So it would be almost like one hand washing the other.
Stanley, how do you feel about
I
this?
spoke with the town manager and the building official, and I read the memo, and I think this is a win-win situation for the town of Warren. It may sound like it's gonna put a bigger burden on Matt, but in a way, it may help ease some of his workload with the way the arrangement is working about the housing inspector and the building inspector one, doing some of that, which will open him up for more of the higher level stuff and free him from a lot of the lower hanging fruit. I think it's a great idea.
Is there any additional cost to this, or is it pretty much a wash?
No, there will be no additional costs, no.
And I think it's good building a relationship with Bristol, so.
Yep.
Any additional questions?
If I could just real quick, because I know there's a lot of people and just they're probably going to wonder how this is going to happen. This is going to be it's going to be like a progression of like a balancing act. So as Bristol's new building inspector gets certified, it's going to lessen my load and make his, kind of his load will be equal. One of the things that is going to help the town of Warren is as we all know, we have several big projects coming. Penny Lane, I just got the applications for Crowd Street, and we have 2 other projects that potentially are going to be very taxing on me as an inspector, because I'm going to have to be out there and inspecting. There's a lot of inspections. So I think this is going to help during this time period when these projects are going, where it's going to allow for us to have inspections there and allow me to be doing the clerical work that I need to do of plan reviews and policy and procedures.
Sounds good. Is there no additional questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. President, I just asked that the solicitor work with a solicitor from Bristol on the
Logistics.
MOU.
Okay, and that included, all in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have discussion and action, next we have a follow-up regarding employee time management costs.
Where the HR director is still waiting for information to come back from Paychex, who is our payroll company, that this would be a part or an addition to what we already have. So we're still waiting for the numbers for that.
Mr. Rego, any questions?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have discussion and action on electric leaf blower program from the RI Office of Energy.
Mr. President, this was brought to my attention by Vice President Cronin. It's a program that the state of Rhode Island is offering for businesses, nonprofits, and public entities to purchase electrical leaf blowers, either battery or electric operated. And there is a rebate up to 75% for this program. We wanted to make sure that people are aware of it, and also that the town is going to explore the possibility of purchasing electrical backpacks.
So this will be
leaf
available
blowers.
to the public.
It's available to businesses and nonprofits and entities, public entities, business, cities and towns.
So
It's not
not individuals.
residential.
Okay.
individuals, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Rego, you have some credit coming here. Next, we have discussion on Army Corps of Engineers from their presentation. So you
Yeah.
went to a presentation.
Yes, as you recall, and you're correct, Councilman Rigo had inquired about how do we get the Army Corps of Engineers here, and to be honest with you, I was baffled at the beginning. What happened was Sheldon Whitehouse, Senator Whitehouse, had a seminar on August 21st, in which the Army Corps of Engineers did a presentation. Part of the presentation was what they offer to cities and towns. One of those programs is a technical assistance program where they would look at issues that city or town has and possibly offer some solutions. I reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers. We had a meeting with them today virtually, myself, Matt, and Mr. Wheeler. And the outcome that what we looked at was the concern that we have on Market and Redmond, and the flooding issues down there, and also the area that is becoming overburdened with Phragmites. And the outcome of that meeting is that they are going to put together a group of people, agencies, state and federal, and set up an on-site meeting to come and look at this problem. They didn't promise that they would be able to do anything, but it's still moving forward. We're going to be able to be in contact with them and continue the discussions on how they might be able to help.
And this is the second plan here, where it says floodplain management services, where it's 100% federally funded. So we're not looking at any funding at this point.
Correct.
Oh, we don't know yet.
I mean,
There's no funding at this point, but no cost or funding.
Right.
But we don't know what their ideas or solutions may be.
Right, they may not, I mean, they may not be able to help us, but then the combination
me
of
know.
different agencies,
Just let me know when you have that meeting. I'd love to attend.
absolutely.
So next we have discussion and action regarding changing the operation hours at Town Hall. This was in the contract that was negotiated.
Correct.
And signed and agreed by the town, and this would be a 6-month trial period.
Correct.
And the day that you've come up with is going to be Thursday of the week.
Well, there's been some discussion with staff on that. Maybe the best day to do this might be on a Tuesday when we have council meetings, you have municipal court and other meetings here where staff is already, or the building is already open, so staff would be here on the same time. So that's the day that we've discussed right now. We've discussed it with and that only affects Town Hall. It does not affect Public Works.
And the shortened hours would be on what day?
The shortened hours would be on Friday.
So Friday we'd be open from
From-
what time to what time?
Friday, we would be open from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And
And-
the new opening hours for Town Hall would be 8 a.m. instead of 8:30 a.m.
So 8 a.m.
8 to 4 every day.
8 to
except
4.
Thursday would be 8 to 6. So it's in the-
Right, but I'm
and
just
then
letting.
And Friday would be 8 to 12. And I did ask the solicitor one question. We did that almost exact same thing in Pawtucket. And I don't know if it was a union hiccup or a state labor law hiccup, but on the late day, we go from 8 to 6. We have to take 2 lunch breaks. In Pawtucket, we get an hour for lunch. On Thursdays, I literally have to take 2 hours off because it's such a long stretch for my lunch breaks. I'm not sure if it's a labor law or a union thing, but we should definitely check into that, because if it's a labor law, then we have to abide by that.
Correct. That's something we have to review.
Yep. But John, what I'm referring to is it's not going to be Thursday. as
Well,
the
whatever,
late
yeah,
day.
whatever the long day is, whatever the 8 to 6 day is.
Well, but that's
They-
why I was asking what day.
Oh, they
I
may-
wanted clarity to just
They
make
may need
sure.
to have, you may have to, if it's a labor law, you have to give them the 2 lunch breaks. You have to look into that because that changes. That may change things.
But tonight for this vote, we need to know what day, and you're saying Tuesday.
Tuesday.
But do we have the ability to change it from, I thought we agreed, the union gave us that day or no?
No, they went around the building and asked everybody, Tuesday, they don't care if and it works better because I have part-timers that do municipal court and we're here. And if it's not on a Tuesday, then it's not.
So Tuesday is our preferred day. On this document that we have, it has Thursday as the late day.
So we're going to
we-
be changing
We
that.
can change it. We are allowed to change it. Okay, that is all I'm trying to establish. Right, right.
So
And this
can I
is a
have
6-month sunset?
6-month trial period? So for a 6-month trial period, we're going to stay open from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day other than Tuesday and Friday. Tuesday will be 8 a.m. to 12 noon. I mean, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Friday will be 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. with no lunch break on Friday. You're going to find out if we need the double lunch. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Okay, there you have that. Mr. Solicitor, we have a request for executive session, closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465, discussion regarding a matter of security, deployment of security personnel, and an investigative proceeding regarding allegations of misconduct.
I'll make a motion for executive session.
Second.
All in favor, roll call, Mr. Trombley.
Aye.
Mr. Cronin. Mr. Hanley.
Aye.
Mr. Rego.
Aye.
I myself. 2, we have action on matters discussed in executive session. That'll happen when we come out, obviously. Sorry for reading it. Next, we have Finance Director, fiscal year 25-26, budget versus actual revenues and expenditures.
How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
So I changed that report up a little bit.
Thank you so much.
And, I mean, that's a draft. If there's any changes you guys want to make to it, let me know. I can amend it to please the council.
Are there any questions?
I don't have any.
Mr. Rego?
Oh, no, and I'll meet up with you this week because there are some things that we can tweak to make even better. So it's work in progress, but thank you so much, Gary.
Okay. I also have an abatement on that.
Okay, and the abatement is for $125.42.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry,
$137.64.
$137.64.
Yep.
I'll make it, wow, that goes way back, 2012, 2013. I will make a motion to abate the 2012 and 2000 tax roll in the amount of $137.64.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Do you have a lot more of these, Gary, or is this you just trying to clean house with these type of things that go back?
No, this was just one left over. It was actually left over from Dave.
Next, we have the tax assessor. Where is she? We have an abatement to the 2025 tax roll in the amount of $191.39.
I'll make a motion, we approve the abatement to the 2025 tax roll in the amount of $191.39.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion that we add to the 2025 tax roll the amount of $3,236.75.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Good job.
Okay.
Good job, Maya.
Thank you, Maya.
So we're gonna go into executive session. Mr. Silva, why'd you hang out all night?
Yeah.
You fell asleep.
Love us? Okay. Sure.
Not on the record.
No, I mean, we're kind of.
Yeah, I know, we want to get out of here.
How did we get so much silver? Fucking crap on the agenda. Fucking trees.
It's not, I don't think it's working.
Fucking energy. The three things that take up the longest time of everything. And they all get jammed in one month.
Hey, question for you.
Oh, really, Joe?
What time do they shut off the
Motion to come out of executive session, please.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
And is there a motion regarding executive session?
I'll make a motion to seal the minutes,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
and then I'll make a motion to have the town manager proceed as directed in executive session
On both matters?
on both matters.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
accordance with the discussion in executive session.
In accordance with the
Discussion.
discussion in executive session.